Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the third session of Dice&Decks live hangout, meet and greet, Revenge of the Gith. I don't know. I just wanted to give it a title. It sounded pretty interesting when I came up with it. We're joined tonight by Robert Ogre. Joining us again is Pei. Pei, I apologize. I do not know your last name, bud. Nate Reinert's on the call. Joe, my co-broadcaster and DM, and Amendus Geek. So our first question tonight, and this will be going to everybody, and I guess we'll just start with whoever wants to talk first. If you guys want to roll initiative for it, feel free. I'm going to clear initiative for me. I just realized I still have it up there. And then we can just roll a d20, much like we'd be doing in-game, and whoever gets the highest roll can talk first. The first question is, what brought you into hobby gaming, tabletop gaming, or just gaming in general? Roll away, guys.
No modifier.
Nate, you have that up there, or?
Oh, I'm with you.
Yeah. That's your child. Yeah.
Pei, we can't see your cam. I guess we'll have to go on your word. What'd you roll? You got a 15, Nate?
I didn't realize anybody other than the new people were rolling for it. On.
Oh,
Yeah.
nat 20. Holy crap. All right, Pei, you're up first. Do you need me to repeat the question, or?
No, it's good.
Okay.
So, like I said yesterday, an older friend of mine, they wanted to get into it again. It was their first time ever DMing, and then there were 5 other people at the table, and for all of us, they were their first time playing. At the time we played D&D 4th edition. That's pretty much the start for me.
Awesome. And then since you did share last night, I'm sorry I forgot about that, folks. Tell us something different. Tell us something that you didn't share yet, if you want.
I didn't tell a story yet. Although, that's an interesting one from the campaign I'm in now. Is so I started. There's an encounter, one session in our continuous campaign, where one of the players got knocked out pretty early on. There was a sorcerer that was really squishy, and they got unlucky. But we decided to try and keep them engaged and stuff. I mentioned that they were just mumbling under their breath while unconscious, so he asked if he could roll on the sorcerer wild magic table. But I said yeah, every other turn that you're still unconscious, we can have that happen. And it was just minor stuff until he rolled the one where if you die within the next certain amount of time, the reincarnation spell is instantly cast. So because of that, they ended up from a half-orc becoming an elf. They were a half-orc sorcerer. And then the method they had gotten their magic from originally was kind of invalidated by that. So they also slowly started to lose their magic, but because they had already been dealing with devils in that campaign, and they got into that, we basically had them make a pact with one of the higher devils they had met. So with the exact same personality and backstory and everything, they pretty much changed from a half-orc sorcerer to an elf warlock in the course of one session.
That would be confusing, to say the least. And one other question for you. I know you said it was a while ago. Clarify just exactly how long it is that you've been playing, and then second, do you consider yourself a DM first, a player, at heart, or are you a content provider?
I've been playing, right now it'd be a little bit over 2 years, and recently I've been DMing a lot more than anything, or GMing in the case of certain other systems. I don't play as often as D&D 5th edition at the moment.
All right. Well, thank you for sharing. Who got the next highest roll? Is that Joe or is that Nate?
I got an 18.
Okay, Joe, you spoke last time you were on the chat, but we can share with anyone new to the channel, whatever you'd like. Go ahead.
Just make it real short and sweet. It's the same story. I didn't play much D&D until I got met back up with you a couple years ago, and my family does a lot of games, a lot of card games, a lot of board games, some fantasy stuff, but didn't really start doing role playing until just recently. So haven't done much as far as DMing. I do like to do content providing. My character's Wikia page from our website has a bunch of journal entries that I'm working on and typing up. Also, I do keep track of our campaign story as best as possible. So if anybody's interested in any of that stuff, I do have that as much as I can. So I do enjoy that kind of thing and the creativity of it, and that's why I play.
All right, thanks for sharing. Let's see, who's up next? Nate Reinert.
I actually got into it from my brother. I'm 35, 34 now. Got into it when I was about 10 with the original Red Box D&D, the basic set. Played through that with the blue box and the, teal box and black and all that. Played for quite a few years. Switched into second edition for a little while, and then my brother went to college and he kind of got out of it, and I don't know, probably went on like a 12-year, 15-year hiatus from playing until a buddy of mine got me into third, and then rapidly switched over to 3.5. Played that for a while, and I don't know, I live in a town of like 5,000 people, so there's like nobody here and nobody to game with, so was out of that until about 3 years ago. Found a website called Mythweavers and started doing play-by-post on 3.5 there quite a bit, and just recently getting into 5e. I do have a group that gets together on Saturdays now, every other Saturday, and we play. I had been playing 2.5 for a little bit, and now we're playing 5e as well.
Awesome. And I didn't ask Joe or Pay because they had shared the other day. What is the most unique thing that's either happened to you as a character or in a session that you were involved in, or just something that was crazy amazing that you watched? Whatever you'd like to share.
Is that for me?
Yeah, sorry. Still you.
Well, about a year and a half ago, I was playing with a couple of guys in town here in a live action, in a live play game, in a face-to-face game rather than play-by-post. And the DM was really good at letting us just try weird, random stuff. So we had a paladin that was on a Pegasus mount, and he was going after a group of bandits and ogres that were up in a village away from us, and all of us, the other ones, were on horses, and so he gets to them long before we do, and has about a couple of rounds on us before he's going to get to it, before we're going to get to them. So we're riding up trying to go after him, and he's doing dive bomb attacks on these ogres, and of course everybody's attacking him, so they're shooting arrows and whatever, but they're shooting at his Pegasus. So gets to the point where the Pegasus is about to die, and he's like, well, I don't want to have my Pegasus die, so he drops his Pegasus, decides to dismiss it while he's still in the air, and he fights with the lance, so he's in the air with a Pegasus, decides to dismiss the Pegasus and use himself in full plate mail armor and lance to be kind of like a dive bomb torpedo, or not a torpedo, like a atom bomb dropping down on the ogre's head, and ended up working out pretty cool with the guy not being able to dodge in time and him just, lancing him right in the skull and smashing into him with full plate armor on. That was pretty sweet.
I'm assuming he had a bit of a fall damage from that, or no?
Oh yeah. He had to roll a jump checks and things like that. But it was all right that he some of the damage was left off because he used the ogre's dead body as a kind of a cushion. But yeah, he had some good fall damage. But we were able to get to him before the rest of the bandits and everything were able to come after him, and he survived. But it was just kind of like well, if I'm going out.
Going out in a blaze of glory, right?
Yep.
I believe that's Guns N' Roses song, maybe? I don't know. Anyways, yeah?
Blaze of Glory, Guns N' Roses, yeah.
There we go.
No.
Sometimes one thing that I learned is if I learned anything from Chris Perkins, it's that you sometimes make it happen. The rules are there, but the fun is what it's all about. Within reason, of course. You don't want to have that going to too much extremes. As I mentioned, Chris Perkins. All right, who's up next here? Looks like we got a tie.
Yeah, that's a good question. How do you handle that in game?
How do you handle the fall damage, or how do you handle the tie?
How do you handle a tie? And
well, here's how I would do it when you have a tie for initiative. Whoever pays me more money in real life, I let them go next. No, I'm just kidding.
It's actually
Robert?
true, which is why I never go first on ties, because I'm poor as shit.
I would go for Battle to the Death in Thunderdome myself, but
No, there actually is a way to tell, and in all honesty, sorry, there was some kind of bug flying around. It escapes me right now. So, Robert, since you stumped the DM, I will let you go next.
okay. The original question was how did we get into tabletop? I don't know. Let's see. Way back a long time ago, I was like 10 years old, and my cousin, he was running games at conventions and stuff like that, and he was like my older brother. I was always at his house every weekend, and like we did a lot of things together, and so he busted out riffs, and I tried to make a character, and I just didn't get it. I just did not get it. Like, I'm like, where's the board? Where's the, what, what is all this? Y'all, you do it in your imagination. I just didn't get it. So later on, he came up with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and he had let me use the comics and stuff, and so I was into it. And this is actually long ago, before actually the cartoon. But the cartoon was about to start coming out and stuff, and so I was really into it, and so I made my first character and played my first game. It was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and my first character was a porcupine with 2 katanas and 2 Uzis, and that was about as deep as it went. Yeah, early 90s. So after that, I kind of got the system, and how things were supposed to go, and it was all in your imagination. I really, I started getting into it. I was like 10, and he ended up picking up Ninjas and Super Spies, which is another Palladium game, which is still one of my favorite games. If I can find people to play it with me, and we started playing that one, and then he picked up Cyberpunk and Shadowrun about the same time, but we ended up playing more of Cyberpunk. I don't know why, it just worked out like that. But we did a lot of Cyberpunk, and so then I bought Villains and Vigilantes, which is another old game, and he got a game called Chill, which is like a horror game. But I started running Villains and Vigilantes by myself with my friends. And so we used to skip school and make characters, and like all my friends are like artists and stuff. We used to always draw and stuff, and we just sit there and make up roll up characters and then draw our characters, for the game and stuff. Nothing really too deep, just cool stuff to fight and everything. But so I did that for a while. Then I found Heroes Unlimited, and then I used that for a long time because I could do whatever I wanted with it. And that lasted until I was about 16. Then I started playing in bands and stuff, and just kind of like nobody really wanted to play anymore, so I kind of got out of it. And I just recently got back into it, like 2 years ago. I was fixing to I was putting a campaign together for my cousin, who I knew he'd want to play, and a couple other people, and I had to end up moving unexpectedly, and so that never happened. And then it just never dawned on me to look up stuff on YouTube or anything. And so I started looking up stuff on YouTube and got involved in the community and started playing online exclusively. But in a couple months, I'm moving back. So the game that I was going to put together is going to be something completely different now. Now I've learned like so much more, like playing online. So I'm going to have 2 groups to run at home, and I'm really excited about that. But yeah, that's about when I started. And as for a crazy story, I really don't know. I could say one of the first times I ran a game online, I ended up letting like about 7 people in. So there was like me and like 7 people. Now, like in real life, that might work, but online it's a little hard. And I had a bunch of goofy people, and they fought some Kinkus, and somebody pulled out grease and oil and set everything on fire, and there was fried chicken, and then they ended up at a mansion, and the mansion was made out of wood, so they burned it down, and then they all fought and blew up, and then at the end they were actually fighting each other, and at the end a huge explosion happened because one guy had like spent all of his money on oil, so he had like flask of oil all over his body, and so by this time I was like, okay, it caused a huge rift, and you all get sucked into the rift world, and that was the end of the game. So anyway, damn, that was long-winded.
Oh, no worries. The stories are meant to be interesting and get to know one another, and sometimes, stuff we're adamant about or that really stuck in our head takes a little bit to speak on. No worries there, Robert. Thank you very much for sharing. I want to say a quick welcome to Randall Harris. Thank you for joining, sir.
Bonjour.
Bonjour, huh?
Why do you have this thing on your neck?
What was that? I think maybe they were asking Randall a question. All right. Thank you for waiting patiently, Amendus. You are up by the roll of the dice, and then Randall will explain what's going on in just a minute. You might even be able to pick it up from Amendus. I'm going to be quiet now.
Cool. I started about, I would say, 8 years ago, like I said before, with Store's D6 version. Actually, with this right here. I don't know if y'all can see it, but that I did that for years now, playing with friends. I actually had a friend that went to college with me, and he's like, come with me to this game night up at this college. And so I went. It was like, he made a character for me. My very first character was a human 0G stormtrooper assault person, and I was like, okay, big mech type character, and I actually was actually ever since then the same group I've been meeting with every single Friday for 8 years now, and that's cool. Now in like 3 games with them, actual face-to-face games, and for crazy stories, I will have to say, still with the first character, um, he got somewhat lost in space. Uh, got picked up by a bounty hunter type thing, but he just knew him as a regular person. And he says, um, "You want to make sort of quick money?" I was like, "Okay," and he said, "Okay, you got to storm this place." Well, the place being was Naboo Palace. And the most epic thing that I did was I was facing down with all the stuff, and I blew the hinges off the front doors of the palace with missile weapons, and then rift open, not a rift, but like somewhat of a teleportation force type thing opened up, and my friend's character, as I was going to fire another missile, stopped it, and I was right there with their characters. That was kind of epic in the sense of playing for the first time. It's like, okay, took on a Naboo pilot's thing, and I got into this group sort of by happenstance. When saw Nerdarchy, actually, one of their videos on online play, and they said about the tabletop role-playing group. I was like, okay, I get accepted to it, and did a couple games. I figured start a couple of my own, and sort of put my own channel out there, Mendius Geek, and sort of got nicknamed in one of the chats by a friend called the Dark Lord of the Sith, playing Star Wars characters and Star Wars games. So always had fun with that.
Awesome.
Cool.
Anything else, or
That's all.
awesome? All right. Let's see here, Randall. If you're able to speak and you want to comment in the chat, basically what we're talking about right now is number one, how you got into tabletop gaming or role-playing games, whatever it is that you're into, and then how long you've been doing it, and an interesting story, I think, is the gist of it. And if I missed anything, I'm sure the others will fill me in. But if you'd like to comment, you're up.
Sweet. I'll have kids in the background, so bear with me. But I've been, I don't know, tabletopping since, it was 1994. I got sucked into a D&D 2nd edition game after I was talking about this Nintendo game called Faxanity with a bunch of guys. And I played for like 3 sessions. Then they're like, dude, you read the book. That's awesome. So I became the DM. And I've just kind of been running games nonstop ever since. I got into LARP in the late 90s. Ran a big game in the Midwest for going on a decade. And it's kind of always, what are you going to run? So always the DM, very rarely the player. So it's been good times. Wouldn't trade it for anything. Gosh, interesting stories. I don't have a lot of cool player stories, but I've run a whole ton of stuff. I played, or I ran a Star Frontiers game that was basically a scene-for-scene reenactment of Wrath of Khan, with a bunch of old school like Metamorphosis Alpha players and RPG Grandmaster dudes at a con, and everybody was like, "It's the greatest game ever!" And all I really did was just retell Wrath of Khan bit by bit, just with the players inserted into the main roles, and they just kind of slipped in. It was pretty cool.
Awesome. If there's anything else you'd like to share, if I missed one of the questions that I gave the other guys, let me know. And next, we can move on to talking about whatever you guys would like. I guess I'd like to just take a minute and tell you guys what our channel is about. Obviously, we're doing the meet and greets, just trying to communicate with other content providers, because there is so many people that do it and just don't have exposure or don't feel encouraged, or maybe they're shy or think their content's not good enough. But we want to talk to everybody. We want to meet the people who are just DMs or GMs that don't provide any content, because obviously you always need a great DM. It's really hard to play a game without one. That's what I've heard. And of course we want to communicate with the players and try to hook them up with the games that they want to play. We're going to be starting off with what we're the best at. Well, excuse me, not the best at in the world, but what we are best at out of the games we play, which is 3.5, D&D. I'm reading up on the 5 stuff because I know a lot of people are really into that right now. It's the new hot kid on the block, and everyone wants to get to know him, her, whatever. And we'll be doing one-shots. I don't know what you guys watch, but I've been watching YouTube stuff for a couple of years now. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say 3-ish years. That might be a little bit of a stretch. Might only be 2. I actually started watching JP. If you're familiar with his broadcast or not, I don't know, but he does a session called Roleplay. Has on a bunch of different people on there. I kind of liked that format. Just was really intimidated by it at the time, and honestly, just didn't. All right, sounds good, Nate. Just didn't have the focus, the determination, or the confidence in my stuff. So I decided to kick off another group. And that's how Joe came in here about a little over 2 years ago. We started playing again. We've known each other for a while, and have had as many as 12 players in a group in real life. I have never done an on-air session, so my first time. If any of you guys are a part of it, I'll apologize ahead of time. I will be rusty and somewhat nervous, but obviously if I can bring myself to do this and just get it done, I think we'll be okay. I do have 17 years experience as a DM. It's pretty much all been D&D. I have done some of the Star Wars stuff, not a whole lot, very little. I've done some 4.0. I've watched a lot of 5. Haven't done any of it actually yet, but that's kind of where I'm at. Also, we're into Magic the Gathering and other card games, so hence the name Dice&Decks. We're really focusing on the dice side of the channel right now, doing the D&D stuff. So if you guys are interested in Magic the Gathering as well, we'll be getting some content up on that at some point in the future. Let's say, I don't know, a month or so, maybe sooner. I'm not sure what's realistic, but we've got Joe's going to cover the standard and the more played events, standard and modern kind of stuff. I'm more the casual collector side of things when it comes to the deck side of the channel, but we'll talk about more of that as it becomes relevant. So again, thank you guys, for joining in, and you guys go ahead and ask me any questions you'd like, or let's have a conversation that you guys want to talk about, or you can even talk about what it is that you do if you have a channel. Go ahead.
So, Dice&Decks. You say that you're looking into Fifth edition.
Yes, sorry. I had my mic muted there. Hi, Michelle. Thank you for joining.
Hi,
How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We're great.
Awesome.
Thank you for joining the call. We're going to be answering a question here from Robert in just a moment, and we'll give everyone a chance to talk. So bear with us for a moment while we take care of a question.
Cool.
Repeat that, Robert.
I was just saying, you're getting into the fifth edition right now, right?
Yep.
It is
Oh, boy.
coming from, like I said, Palladium. I don't know if you know anything about Palladium, but it's known to be pretty crunchy out there. I gotta say, fifth edition was really nice. It's really easy, especially for new people. And this is the first fantasy game I've ever played. I've always played like modern, horror, other things like that. What do you think about it so far?
What do I think about fifth?
Yeah.
I would say it has a ton of potential. I really don't like to review things before I've done anything with them. I've watched a lot. It looks great. I know a lot of older fans and players like myself are relieved that it turned out like it did. From what I've seen, from what I've heard, it seems like it's definitely cranked up past 10. This time around, it's brought a lot of the old players back into the fold. So for that, I applaud Wizards of the Coast and the great, talented people that worked on that. Really, a lot of us fans, did it. They were playtesting that for I couldn't even tell you how long. I know it was over a year. I want to say it was even over 2 years. If anyone knows the facts on that, let us know for sure. But as of right now, that seems just as good of an answer as any. Anything else? Okay.
Okay. Oh no, I was just wondering how you liked it. That's it. It's the first fantasy game, or it's the first D&D of all of them that I played. So I was just kind of wondering your thoughts on it. Really.
Well, I'll throw my 2 cents in. Again, I haven't really played much of it, but as far as what I can tell from watching it, like you said, it's really streamlined, easy for newer players to get into. But I think it also has enough complexity to allow people eventually the amount of creativity they want. I was reading through the core classes that you can have, and it doesn't have quite the variety that you have in some other editions that have been around longer. But I think you can do enough of that stuff, and that's the big thing. You have to make it easy enough for new players to get into. We have to have enough long-term complexity for older players to say, "I'll stick with this." And I think, at least initially, it sounds like they've got that going. So that's as good as you can really have for a new edition of a game. It's really easy to follow. All the roles are more simplified. The advantage and disadvantage stuff is really simplified, but it still gives you the effect of what you want from those situations. So I think, me personally, watching it and seeing it played, seems like it does all that really well.
Well, I'm enjoying it.
Sorry about that. So basically, oh wow, thank you for the answer on that. I'm going to switch back to chat here. I was trying to figure out why it wasn't bouncing back and forth between cameras anymore. So I apologize. Now it's stuck on my ugly mug. If anyone knows how to fix that, let me know. But for now,
Click on your box again. You should have a white box around Dice&Decks. If you just click on it again, it should take that away.
And that's why he's my co-broadcaster. All right, Michelle, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you now. Sorry, I muted you before. What we are talking about is what brought you into tabletop gaming, first and foremost, and then a cool experience that either happened with one of your characters or while you were at a table or just even something you watched. Go ahead.
Okay. I got into gaming in college. A friend of mine, my best friend Robert, he got us together and he allowed us to roll up characters. I rolled up a bard and, he created everything from scratch. He created his story, he created his maps, and then all of my friends kind of fell out after that one game, but then I discovered that there was a game shop in town that did the same thing. So I started going to the game shop instead, rolled up a monk, and I started in 3.5. And cool experience. I would say the coolest experience I've had gaming was when I played 13th Age. This was last year. And my DM allowed me to do a lot of things that were kind of shady all on my own. And I freed the green. I freed one of the dragons. So that was pretty cool. And nobody knew it was me. My party members still don't know to this day that it was me. So I thought it was pretty cool.
How did you get into gaming? I'm sorry, I don't know if I heard that part.
My friend Rob.
Okay,
My friend.
that's right. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You did say that, and you shared the story. Did I miss anything, guys? I feel like I missed another question that I gave you guys. Hey, Cheppy, thanks for joining in.
No. Oh, it's the floor.
You there?
You're here, Cheppy. Speak.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're all good now. I was getting nervous. I'm like, oh no, it didn't freeze up on me, did it? So I wanna congratulate Michelle. There is no award for this. However, you are the first female to join in any of our calls. So thank
Yay.
you very much for that.
Sweet.
Proof that female gamers do indeed exist and are alive and well. See?
Mhm.
Now all we have to find is a female dwarf, and then we will have proven every myth debunked.
I have played a female dwarf many a time. One of my favorite characters is thus.
I'm playing one
You
now.
would.
Count. Boom! Right there.
I'm playing a bard, female dwarf bard, hill dwarf.
Well, 2 myths debunked in a matter of seconds. So, Chappie, I believe I had you share the other night when you were on, how you got into gaming and an interesting story. Is that correct, or were you gone before that? I know you hadn't. Yes? Okay. If you have anything else you'd like to share, that's unique, or tell us a little bit about yourself for people who are new on the call or maybe joining us for the first time.
I will eventually.
Please, because it's still hot. I just turned
Okay.
the oven on.
Nothing all that interesting. I got a mustache. I have a lot of games that some people haven't heard of. I like One Roll Engine, Gumshoe, Numenera, Soccer System, all that jazz.
And made.
Bounce out here. Amendus, do you have anything you want to say real quick before you bounce?
Just nice meeting y'all all, and can join the one-shot group, get some games in.
Playing his Star Wars D20 games.
Named the Dark Lord of the Sith. So,
All right,
y'all
man.
have a nice day.
You too, bud.
Later, dude.
See you, Mendes.
All right. So, what kind of conversation you guys want to have next?
Is that Ruby?
Does
Oh, go ahead.
everyone here have experience GMing?
I do.
Yes.
Okay.
Really fresh.
Okay. I started DMing last year a little bit. ended up getting pregnant. I stopped. I want to start again, but I don't know. I guess I'm having trouble coming up with an original story.
You want advice on that, or?
Yeah. Yes.
All right. Well, let's roll for initiative and see who gets to give you advice first. We got the dice roller up here. I'm going to switch to that real quick. I find it really fun to use for the conversations. If you guys don't, I apologize. All right. Let's see what I get here. Wow, another tie.
You actually roll with.
Beautiful chase, isn't it?
Oh, fail. 8.
All right, so what do we get for results here? We've got a 16. Michelle, did you roll a dice in person?
No. Hold on.
Okay.
She's asking a question.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You're exempt. You're exempt from the roll. Good call, Robert.
Yeah.
Randall? Oh, there we go. I see it at 12. All right. Perfect. I think we got everyone's rolls. Robert, I will defer to you, sir. Oh, wait. Pay, you got a 19. I guess pay goes up.
Well, I haven't been DMing for very long, yes, compared to most people here. With looking into I've basically been looking into a lot of videos about it for inspiration and stuff, like Nerdarchy, Don Forge Cast, Fistful of Dice, like there's so many videos out there. Advice for GMs, and there's advice for having the game run smoothly in general. It's all really good stuff if you can find the time to watch some of it.
Okay.
All right, thanks for that, Pay.
Names in chat.
I'm sorry?
Oh, I think I should probably put some of those names in chat.
Yeah, go ahead and type up. If you want to post links to people that you think are awesome, feel free to do that. I don't mind in the least. Maybe someday I'll be included in that list. All right, Robert. Like I was saying, I will defer to you now. If you want to go ahead and give some advice.
Okay. Well, there's so many ways to do this, and don't fall into, like, some people really hate the fact that other people use published modules and stuff. If you're just starting and you're not really good at writing stories, you can get one and just kind of like make it your own. You know what I mean? You don't worry about what people think about those things, because I know people really shy away from that. But if you want to write your own stuff, just like Cheppy said, just steal it. I mean, that's what everybody else does. And don't write an entire story, because as a player, you're gonna make your own decisions. The GM should give you options in like a story, but not every single thing you're gonna do. You know what I mean? Like, leave it open for possibilities of other things. Because players are always gonna do things that you do not expect. So you kind of have to be ready for that, in a sense. Like, if you just make a basic thing, write some bullet points of things that maybe you want to happen that in your story, or if they go here, this, it depends on what kind of story thing you want to do. A lot of people do sandbox, a lot of people do like a railroad type thing, and either way is not bad. But if you do sort of a railroad type thing, just have your little bullet points, and just say what you want to happen. It's not really that hard, It's just and if you have a hard time coming up with an idea, use somebody else's. There's like stuff all over the place to use all over the internet. Watch somebody's game, especially if you're doing it at home, because a lot of people on the internet, they watch all these games and they know the story, but if you're doing it at home and nobody knows, just steal it, or just twist it around and make it your own, But you know.
Okay.
The main thing is that you do it and don't be afraid because you're gonna mess up. Everybody messes up, you know. The players might not know you mess up, and then when you're done, you're gonna beat yourself up. I should have did this. I should have did that, and everything. You know, you're always your worst enemy. But just get feedback from your players, you know. Unless you're Chepe, because Chepe always does like a great job. So.
Okay.
All right, I believe that puts me up next by the dice roll. I will make mine simple. I agree with pretty much everything Robert said, and at the same time disagree. I love exactly what he said. I have my own world. It's the thing is though, it's all I've done. I don't have another setting that I've ever used as a DM. This world has been being built for 17 plus years, and I said I'd keep it simple. So if you want to check the chat, I'm about to post the link to my page. It's new. I haven't been sharing it with the world for a while, but it's felor.wikia.com for people who can't see our chat. That's felor.wikia.com. There's 50 pages up on there right now. Hopefully another 50 in the next month or so. We'll see. Doing a lot of stuff, but binders and binders and pages of pages of stuff that I need to put up there. To toot my own horn for one more moment, I'm currently writing books. My first book is underway, and it's all about the world I created. That's why I felt comfortable saying I agreed with Robert. It is a lot of work to do what I've done. It hasn't been easy. Sometimes you just want to throw it away and start over, but having your own thing, like Cheppy said, it's all been done before. Everyone draws inspiration from other things. Certainly, I've drawn inspiration from, Tolkien and Rowling to a degree. George R. R. Martin a little bit. I mean, what is it? The sincerest form, right? Flattery, I believe. I don't know the exact quote. I apologize. I'm destroying it again. So if anyone knows, feel free to speak it. But that's my 2 cents. Next dice roll. Who was up? Someone had a 12 or something, wasn't it? Let's see. Yeah, Randall, I think had 12.
I did have a 12. So I'll stay simple too. If you're wondering why Glee was able to run for 5 seasons based solely on plagiarizing songs and reskinning them, one of the big reasons was the mashup. You take 2 songs that everybody likes, or 1 song everybody likes and 1 song that nobody's ever heard of, and smush them together to create something newish. So when you're plagiarizing the shot-for-shot remake of Wrath of Khan, probably not something you want to do on the regular, but combine it with the librarians, and suddenly you have evil exiled guy who's stealing ancient artifacts, and this team of nerds has to stop him. And bam, game. Jeppe does it pretty regularly when they talk about mashing up a plot and creating a type of punk or something. And it's always really fascinating to watch. So if you take a couple of things that are familiar and smush them together in a weird way, one thing you like, maybe one thing you want to learn something about, you can create something new that it's fodder for stories. And that's where I start with most of my stuff. The other option is just get the group together and ask them what they want to do and make them world build for you and with you. And then just play off of what they're throwing out, because a lot of times your players will tell you exactly what kind of story you should tell, and they'll give you better ideas to mess with them than you ever could.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Randall. Let's see here. I'm trying to go back up into the chat. Joe, you got a 9. I believe that would be you, sir.
Well, I don't have a lot of advice as far as teaming because I've never done it, but in my opinion, it would be something along the lines of if you are going to utilize either something that's already been done or something that though you're pulling ideas off of, just add one thing that is your own. You know, some experience that you've had, some character that you enjoy. Have that be the main storyteller, or have that be the main, you know, a integral portion of what you're doing with your story. And if you really wanted to, just DM a story about parenting. I mean, a lot of people aren't going to know how to do that, so you're going to kill them all anyways. That's all I got.
DM a story about parenting. Oh boy.
No.
All right, I think everyone except for Chepe has shared some advice for Michelle. I almost said Melissa, I'm sorry. Is that right?
Yes, Michelle.
Okay, Chepe, what's your advice, man? I'm sure you've got a literal crap ton. Go ahead.
A literal crap ton to a metaphorical discussion. Pretty much everyone said it. I mean, that's it. Very few things are truly original. Just make something that's of you and something that's not. That's what I tend to do with all my characters when I'm playing, and that's what I like to do with the settings and plot lines when I'm GMing. Pretty much all the same advice that goes over for GMs on this matter goes over to players as well, and vice versa. Null Inquisitor has a great video on originality in RPGs entitled Originality in RPGs if you want to watch that, if you want more reference. And since he's an artist, he's actually probably a better person to talk to about this kind of thing. So, yeah, everyone's not original unless you're niche. So, be niche.
And what was your title, Chepe? I apologize. It was rather elaborate, so I don't have it memorized.
Originality in RPGs for that video?
No, it was like you had like 17 titles. It was like let's see, King of the Niche, Niche King, he whose name.
Yeah, with the Return of the Niche King, the Wrathful Niche King, He whose games you shall not be played, Jepile Pepe, Fawn Trodden, a bunch of other stuff. The Niche King idea originally was coined by Ham and Opie as a joke video, which I ended up owning because it was too funny not to. So that's about it.
Inappropriate language warning. I still, as great as those titles are, I don't think anything can compete with Robert fucking Ogre. Is that an official title, Robert?
No, that's just my buddy Ian Christensen. Yeah. You know, when you asked the question earlier about if you see yourself more a player, GM, or content provider, content provider is the last on my list. I just make stupid videos.
As long as you enjoy what you're doing, you know, I think that's what people find interesting.
Yeah. Well, you know, I just want to elaborate a little bit on what I said too earlier about, you don't want to like completely steal somebody's thing. You want to put your own little twist on it, you know. But don't be afraid to use a module. If it's hard to come up with something, just use a module and change it up to what you like, you know. Until you get used to it and just start writing your own things. Because I mean, look, if every GM was a great writer, we'd all make movies and write books like every single day. Like every game you run would be a masterpiece, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And let your players write half the story. When they're scared that something is around the corner, maybe make it be around the corner, you know.
Well, you know, when I did run, I was running a module, and it was called Order of the Dragon Queen, I think. And every time I changed something little just to experiment, I had this one player, an older guy with hearing aid, that always bucked me on it because he'd read the module and he'd always come back and say, well, that's not what it was, that's not what it was, that's not what it was.
Oh,
so I figured, well, if I just...
Kick them off the table. That's metagaming. That's a big no-no. Big no-no. Not supposed to read the book before you play it.
I figured if I just wrote my own stuff, then I would have no problems like that if I just wrote my own stuff.
Yeah, no, in all honesty, I'm going to speak out on that real quick. You know, metagaming is the hardest thing to understand completely. You know, like, I know people who ask questions about it who've been DMing forever. And one thing that I've recently started doing in my sessions is I'm making the rolls when they get to a room for the first time. Like if it's low light or something and they don't see anything. Like oftentimes I used to just say, give me a spot check or that kind of thing. And then if they roll low, I think it was in someone's video recently, and like I'm having a deja vu moment, one of those two, I don't know, but I remember, wanting to change it, and because I never even questioned it. But yeah, I mean, I've been DMing just 3.5 for 17 plus years. So I mean, yeah, metagaming is tough to know what it is and what it isn't. But basically, the guy that said, "Oh, that's not how it is," be like, "Tonight it is," and then just kind of move on from it, because you really don't want to have to feel bad about someone who's trying to take advantage of the fact that they know the story. That's essentially the root of metagaming, and that's the worst thing you can do as a player.
Okay.
I honestly don't know how that's any fun. If you know what's going to happen, then why are you even playing?
Yeah. Right.
He's not really a role playing person. He mainly likes just to kill stuff. I like to role play. He likes to kill stuff, so I don't think he really cares about the story, which is why I don't understand why he says anything. But I don't know.
Now I understand.
Yeah, I had a similar experience, but to the opposite end. I was playing the oh crap! Now I'm gonna forget the Age of Worms campaign. I was DMing that. That was the first actual DMing experience that I've had. And while I was DMing that on the Mythweaver site, a guy asked for players for it, and I was like, "Well, I think this is a really cool campaign. I'd love to play it." And to my relief, he worked really hard to change the story in a way that was true to the flavor and true to a lot of the stuff that was going on, but tweaked it just enough that even though we were playing through similar areas from time to time, it was different enough that I still was able to have fun in it. And if you know the story and you're telling somebody, hey, this isn't how it should be, as a GM, you have just as much right as anybody to be like, hey, this is my telling of the story, and my telling of the story is totally different than what you've read.
All right, sorry about that. I had clicked over and all of a sudden I got a beep. So I'm trying to think of what I was going to say. I lost my train of thought, guys. I apologize. Joe, you want to tell like a little bit about your experiences as a player and like how you're going to be transitioning, to the DM role? Like, how does that? Is that something that you're comfortable with, or like, you have any questions you want to ask these other DMs and other players that have been doing it for a while? Besides myself, I mean, you get my perspective all the time.
As far as transitioning to DMing, for me, it's really just doing research. I guess that's the way I've done a lot of my stuff. I mean, when we were making new characters, I spent quite a while doing research on what I wanted the character to do, and doing research as far as where I wanted to go with the character. And I think that would be really how I would do DMing, and making sure that I knew, all the rules, and just making sure that I understood how to transition from one to the other. You give a really good example as far as what to do when oddball things are thrown at you. It's usually from me, but it's something that I have spent a lot of time paying attention and watching, what people are doing. I guess the biggest thing for me is, at what point, how do you just? I guess my biggest question would be, how do you decide when you actually want to start killing player characters? I guess I have this portion of me that I'm okay. Like, I think I would want to run a story that is more about telling the story than necessarily, and letting those players within that story do their heroic things. But there's also part of me that's like, meh, I'm just gonna start sending bad guys at them and see how they do. How do you judge that sort of level of? Do you just see what other people enjoy, or do you just do your thing, and if they don't like it, they can lump it? How do you decide that kind of thing? I guess is my question.
We can either roll initiative to answer his questions, or you guys can just chime in as something strikes you. Yeah. How do you guys want to do it?
I don't think you ever want to really kill your players, but it can happen. But yeah, like you said, I mean, find out what people want to do and kind of cater to it a little bit, and or come up with something you want to do and find players that want to play that.
Yeah.
Unless you're me, because I like killing people. But anyway.
I agree, and I think you should definitely find at least a way to kill people, because I've played a ton of different RPGs and I've never died. So it's good to at least find a way to kill them at some point. I've played Savage Worlds, D&D 3.5, 13th Age, never died. So I think it's good that you're at least thinking about it.
Yeah, see, that was my favorite thing about playing Call of Cthulhu. You could die. You had that threat, so you would more rather a game that's like high risk. Like, yes, you have a chance to die. You're not gonna always win the fights. You're not gonna always get everything you want. So yeah, some people want the heroic thing. Some people want that fear. You kind of just have to feel out what your players want to do. I personally like to think I'm gonna die every minute because it makes it more fun. I don't know. For me.
I think that really works for the tone of like a horror campaign too, because like the horror of Lovecraft is kind of that like people are insignificant and whatnot. So really, the characters in that aren't like the main characters; they're just side casualties. But like on the other hand, if you want to tell like an epic fantasy story, then you kind of want to have some main characters that like develop and grow over a long period of time, in my opinion, at least.
Randall,
Yeah.
we haven't heard from you in a bit. You have any advice?
Who's that?
Randall?
Sorry, I've been stuck on mute. Man, I love killing people. Players, characters, whole shebang. What I always do when you're worried about pacing or trying to figure out what people are into is in walks a guy with a submachine gun, deal with it. And it just anytime there's a break in the action, it's an old feng shui staple, is 5 guys with shotguns walk into the bar whenever the scene gets boring. And you just amp up the action, see how they react, and if nothing else, they'll wonder where the guy with the machine gun came from, and you've got adventure.
Nice. Thank you for that. Who'd like to give some advice next on that?
I have one other question. I guess I should ask it a little bit sooner, but I want to add to it. So if you are going to then be okay telling your players, hey, this is going to happen, you have the chance of dying, you got to be really careful, how do you then punish a specific player that does something really dumb that they should know better and that's going to get them killed without really effectively punishing the whole party? Because if you have somebody who dies and you say, okay, now you can start a new character, but you have to start at level 4 when everyone else is at level 6 or something, that's really not necessarily hurting that player. It's really just hurting the party because they're starting with a weaker player. Is there any way, have you guys done anything that has punished a player from being reckless or not understanding that there are dangers in the world?
If you want to... Okay, there's 2 patented ways. There's the Robert Ogre way.
I'm saying just making sure that they understand that you have to be a little more careful in certain situations.
There's one, the Robert Ogre way, which is no and things get worse, which is just amp up the situation. Their goal is to make things harder for everyone else, or if it's their goal to get attention, what you do is deprive them of it So if they're doing something that's going to get them killed, and they do the thing that's going to get them killed, am I muted? No.
I can hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay. And they do the thing that they're going to get killed. Let them die. Ignore them, and don't let them make the character until at the end of the session. And don't let it affect what's going on, and just move on in the scene. Don't give them importance, if that's what they're after. If you can tell that's what they're after. If it's just they're doing silly things, then just let them fail. As long as they're not getting in the way, and then pull a Robert over knowing things get worse. That's what I would say.
Now, see, the thing that I would take and honestly do would be to like take and make the monsters or make their DCs even harder.
Well, here's a good example. Okay, if you're walking in the street and you decide that you're gonna mess with a police officer, and you're gonna get all smart with them and get all in his face and everything, then why wouldn't more police come out of a bar to to harass you? Or if you shoot a prop engine plane with a rocket launcher, why wouldn't that plane crash? That's just my
On top of you.
on top of the whole party.
Yeah, really.
I agree with that. I'd go completely like realistic with the situation if somebody was messing around. I mean, you're gonna inherently punish players, and players are gonna punish themselves by doing dumb stuff. So if somebody decides that they're gonna jump in and get into a fight with somebody, and if logically that would start a fight with a whole bunch of other people, then that's just what's going to happen. If somebody's going to jump in and go into a room and the trap could possibly explode and kill everybody, that's just what's going to happen. And you just end up, eventually the other players will help sort that guy out a little bit too by saying, guy or gal, say, knock it off. You're screwing up the game for the rest of us. And, if everybody ends up getting killed because one player, of course you can look at him and be like, hey, you know what? This guy did something dumb. We're not going to make these characters be dead and show them up into the actual game later on. But yeah, don't pull any punches because one player was dumb, because that can be just as not fun for the rest of the players too.
Yeah, but on the other side of the coin, sometimes you gotta be nice to people. You gotta give them things. You don't want to be a total, like every time we play this game, we don't get anything or get anywhere. You don't want to make it too tough. You want to give them rewards too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't personally just go and in my opinion, I never actually set out to kill anybody. I always look at the story as the game as a collaborative storytelling thing, and if a death might work out well for the story, I'm going to talk to the player and say, hey, you know what? Your character dying right now would really affect the role play of these other characters. Would you be willing to do that? We'll throw you up another character. Hey, we might even give you some type of magic item or give you some additional stuff to roll up another character because of how this character has so affected everything. I'll look at Fistful of Dice was talking about Be a Better Game Master, Barker, his character Dice on their website, or on their thing, and how he had initially wanted Dice to die really soon. Well, when you're going to possibly take that guy out, just talk to the player and be like, hey, you know what? It might be a good idea to have this guy killed. From a player perspective, I've had some characters on the Mythweaver site that I've thought, you know what? It would be a really cool scenario for this guy right now to either leave the party or die, or it would seriously affect the rest of the party because of this guy not being around anymore. So I mean, a player, if you talk to him about it or whatever, is going to be cool might be cool with death. And if you're not just totally hammering on him all the time, if it ends up being an unfortunate total party kill or something, they're still going to understand.
Or just cripple them for a few games.
Make them lose a limb, yeah, for sure. Restoration's not cheap either, right? Joe, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I did. Thank you.
All right, let's move on to a new topic. So 5th edition is something like I said, have yet to DM. Those of you who have played in other editions, you know, a lot of you guys said you were playing back in the old school stuff. I was a little too young for that. What advice do you like? What do you think they did right about 5th edition, and what advice would you have for running a 5th edition session for someone coming from 3.5?
Personally, I would say, and this is why I don't have a YouTube channel myself, because I just point out other people who have done it better and would do it better than me. But there's a guy who's on right now that makes me think of the old days when I used to play, a guy called Drunkens and Dragons. He's Hanker Infernal. And the way he plays is or the way he talks about getting into it is very rules-like. Very just roll, just go with it. And that's kind of the best times that I ever had in playing when I was a kid with like D&D Basic and 2nd edition, was the times when we were a little bit rules-like, the times when we did crazy stuff. We got done watching Return of the Jedi, and all of a sudden our characters ended up and going and finding the city of the gods and getting them to make us laser swords. I mean, we were 10 and 12 years old, and of course we're just going to do crazy stuff. But that was some of the funnest stuff that I had go on when you could just go into your mind and go into your imagination and go with stuff. And one of the best things that I think of 5th edition is it kind of harkens back to those times. It kind of goes back to the letting you just be imaginative and letting you just stop worrying so much about all of the skill points and all of the feats and all of that stuff if you don't want to. It doesn't. I like the crunchiness of 3.5, and I like all of the stuff that's there, but you don't have to worry about it. So I like that aspect of 5th edition a lot, and I just keep repeating stuff that other really good YouTubers have already said, but story isn't quite as much importance as fun, and rules are definitely not as much as an importance as story and fun, as Fistful of Dice said on one of his recent videos. But you just don't worry about that. You don't worry about anything except for having fun, and try to think about it as, you know what? If we didn't follow the rules completely right, if we didn't follow the story completely right, if we didn't follow anything else completely right, did everybody walk away from the game having a blast? And if everybody had a blast, you succeeded in the game.
That's good advice. Anyone else have any advice?
Is that an advice question?
Jeff,
That was just a question. That was just a question about 5th.
Yeah, advice for like switching from 3.5 to 5th. Like myself, I'm going to be doing that here for the one-shot purposes for some of the players that want to run 5th, because there's a large number of them that want to get in on games. And I haven't DM'd it. I've just watched it, that kind of thing. So I'm just looking for advice from you guys who, I'm assuming most or all of you have played in 5th.
I would definitely give 3 warnings about 5th. 1, don't use the experience. Come up with your own way of just judge generally how the comment was and how much experience you want to give them, because it can be a whole lot slower than what you would expect and perhaps what it should be. So I would just ignore what they have written down in the core book for experience, just in all honesty, unless you just want to drag out more encounters to get the experience. 2, use advantage and disadvantage to allocate things, because it's a very clever thing. If someone has a situation going on and you don't know whether or not it's this and there's not a rule, that's why they have advantage and disadvantage there, is so you could just say, okay, you have advantage, you roll 2d20s and you take the higher. Or you have disadvantage, you roll 2d20s and you take the lower. Right? It's the equivalent to like a +5 or a -5 to a roll, almost, depending on the difficulty curve. So instead of doing all these modifiers and stuff and trying to work out like a complex situation, if something comes up, it's kind of there for you to reward and discourage certain things, to reward tactical play by just saying, okay, you have advantage because you have the high ground, or because you snuck behind this guy, or whatever. So use advantage and disadvantage when adjudicating things. The third thing is you're going to have to rip yourself from a 3.5 and Pathfinder's sense of balance and wording, because they don't spell everything out in 5th edition. It's very much written in a way that it assumes you're going to kind of rule certain things. Like the GM's going to interpret things. It's kind of made to be house ruled in a sense, right? They left certain things a little bit more ambiguous, you can tell. And they made everything modular so that it's very easy to customize classes. If you don't like the way a class functions, it's very easy to just change one little thing here and there. It's made for that. You can tell when you read it. And so you need to get used to the fact that every single rule is not spelled out like 3.5 or Pathfinder. This particular effect is with this particular spell in this source book over here and on page 375 that you need to go look up, and now you know that, and you can use that once per day, 3 times per day. Instead, they use much clearer language, long rest and short rest. There was another. Oh, the sense of balance. If you think about it from like a Pathfinder standpoint, if you take 2nd edition lower level, right? If you know that feeling, that low level, the balance is a little bit more. You have a little bit more power and more versatility on lower levels. And then when you think of 3.5 20th level, the power is scaled down a bit. So think of it as bumping the lower a little bit up and bumping the higher a lot down. And so it's a little bit more in between, if that makes any sense. So if you keep that in your mind, then also criticals come up a lot more. So if you're trying to tinker with things, remember the balance is a little bit different because of advantage and disadvantage. You're rolling more dice, criticals are going to come up more often. So those are the things that I would warn DMs transitioning from 3.5 to...
yeah, that makes sense.
Because you're going to have to drop those mentalities and just be like, okay, it's like the old days. Like, this is a little bit ambiguous intentional so that I can make a rule on it. And they've given me a lot of easy tools like advantage, disadvantage, and inspiration to adjudicate it. Right? So it's supposed to streamline everything. You can ad hoc things as you go. So that's my advice with transitioning from 3.5 to 5.0.
It also can be a lot more brutal than 3.5 in my experience. I remember Basic, and right now I'm playing Labyrinth Lord, and you basically never go anywhere without the idea, like Robert's talked about, the fear of death. There's a lot more fear of you're going to die. And Dice left. Dice went bye-bye. But he'll watch it. But you back, Dice? There he is.
Sorry about that, guys. I had to refresh the cam. It was getting really laggy. I don't know what was going on. So I heard most of that, Chepe. Thank you very much for that advice. I'm going to be watching on it. I'm going to be reading the books. I've got all the core stuff, and I'll be ready to go probably another week and a half or so, maybe a little earlier than that. Let's hear from some people we haven't heard from a while. Anything you guys want to talk about? I know, Scott, you came on, and I didn't hear much from what you had said.
Most of the time, though, like I've taken and played from 2.2 to I have actually not played 3.5, but I've played 4 a couple of times, and I've had a lot of people just. It's been a hard transition from going from the earlier systems all the way up to now, especially in the core. And so far, like I'm still trying to figure everything out. Same way with going into 5, and I'm still trying to even find people to play with around here because not a lot of people even want to play here anymore.
I've been hearing that a lot lately. People in different locations that there just aren't a lot of players. That's unfortunate. Up in my area, I'm in Wisconsin. Full disclosure, the birthplace of D&D. So I consider myself, pretty lucky in that regard. There's not what I'll compare to like Magic the Gathering or some other games. There doesn't seem to. Thanks for coming, Shepe. There doesn't seem to be as big of a fan base as all that. But in all honesty, D&D is huge. And I think 5th edition's really gotten a lot of older players and just fans of fantasy back into it, and that's part of why I'm even considering, doing anything with 5th, because it isn't as off-putting as 4th was for a lot of people who've been, playing D&D for a while. So yeah, thanks for that. Michelle, do you have anything else that you wanted to talk about? Do you have any other questions for us? Congratulations on having a child, by the way. I meant to say that later or earlier when you said that. And maybe she stepped away. Randall, did you have anything?
Oh, sorry. I had myself on mute.
Oh, that's okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
No, I think that would be good for me for tonight. When is the next session?
Well, depending on how many people we have interested throughout the day, what I do is I post in the morning, just reminding people who maybe don't see it at night because they don't look at everything that posts in their feeds from Facebook and whatnot. And then I post again when I come home from my regular job during my lunch hour, just to kind of hype it up again for people who might be checking it throughout the day that maybe didn't see it in the morning before they ran out or the night before. And then I post again about an hour before the broadcast will begin. And we've been doing it nightly for the last 3 nights. Well, the last 2 nights plus tonight now is the 3rd one. And just try to get as many people in the conversation on it. And, we're going to be doing games, probably in the next week or 2. We're going to be doing our home session that Joe participates in, as well as, what do we have, Joe, right now? 10 players, 11 players? I mean, total, but on average, somewhere between like 6 and 8. 5 and 8, somewhere in that area? Okay.
5 and 6, 5 and 7.
Okay. So, and as an experienced DM, I know that I need to have a larger physical play group because, things like weather or cars breaking down or unexpected happenings, you need to prepare for that. So that's why I allow my group to be so large. But yeah, basically, get some videos up on there that are actual gameplay sessions. And the meet and greet thing is just a way to, get our names out there and do what we want to do with it. It's something different. I don't know that too many other channels have everyone hop in and, speak their mind for however long people want to talk for. I mean, obviously, I don't want it to be like 6 or 8 hours ideally, right? But, 2 to 4 is kind of what we shoot for. And we definitely are at that tonight. So, thank you guys. And we'll keep it going as long as you guys have questions or anything you want to know about. We're more than happy to talk.
Okay. So you will be back on tomorrow night around what time did I come?
8:30 Central Standard Time is about the earliest that we'd start it. So it might be a few minutes late, but you'll be seeing stuff in the different Facebook pages. I don't know which ones you're all a part of, but I'm a part of I don't know, like 8 or 9 of them, and I post them all in there. And we're on Google Hangouts as well, obviously. So if you have a G Plus account or you do Gmail stuff, you can find us there. Just the same name, Dice&Decks. We're on Twitter as Dice, the letter N, and then Decks. So you can get updates that way. There's a Facebook group, Dice&Decks. We've got a couple members in that. And yeah, we're just really trying to communicate with our fellow gamers, our fellow DMs and content providers, and get some games going and put up some hopefully interesting content related to D&D, Magic the Gathering. Have a gentleman who's possibly going to be doing some comic book related stuff for the channel at some point. Maybe like once a month is about as realistic as it gets for right now. Joe has another friend who's going to be assisting with the Magic stuff as well. His name is Ernie. So yeah, there'll be a couple of faces, almost like a Nerdarchy kind of feel. I know I've been mentioning them lately, but they're a great group of guys. They have a really laid back feel to their channel, and in a way we're emulating that, but hopefully doing our own thing as well. So shout out to those guys for sure. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does.
Awesome. Anything you want to know about, Nate?
Well, I just kind of got into GMing myself, but I don't know. I don't really have a whole lot of questions. I'm finding a lot of information from a lot of you guys on the RPG Brigade on YouTube, Facebook, and a lot of other places. So I kind of just soak up or try to soak up everything I can possibly soak up. So I don't really have any specific questions at the moment. I don't know if there was a couple of people that were mentioning living in smaller towns as well and not finding a lot of players or getting a lot of players, and that's always something that I'm interested in knowing about how people who found players or were able to find players actually worked that out, because it's something that a lot of people I know have a lot of difficulty in doing, other than to find face-to-face players rather than just being online or being on websites or something like that.
The only thing I've seen, I'll speak on that real quick, is there is a group on Facebook. I was going to join it, and then I read what they allow you to talk about and do, and it's like it's part of the Wizards of the Coast forum. It looks like Mike Merles may have originally started it or something. I want to say it's Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition meetup or something like that. I don't recall. I'm sure if you do a search for it you can find it, but they've got a registrant thing you can go on the Wizards of the Coast forum and put it where your state is or your region, and then they help try to connect you to players that way. I don't know if I'm missing the boat on that, but that seems to be something I recall seeing.
Yeah, but there's a lot of players that don't even go on there. Like my region, there's 900 people around, and besides me and my wife, I still have yet to find anyone that plays Dungeons and Dragons at all within a 50-mile radius.
Wow, I'm really lucky, and I'm sorry to say that. I hate that people can't find games in person if that's how they want to play. What area are you guys in, Scott, Nate?
I'm in Iowa, so.
You said you're in Iowa?
I'm in Iowa. I just kind of talked over Scott. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, man.
But yeah, Northwest Iowa, small little crappy town. But I mean, it's a nice town. Just nobody to meet.
Nobody to game with.
And you don't have a game shop or a comic shop or anything?
Oh, nothing.
Oh my. I'm
you know
so
what
sorry.
they say about driving through the Great Plains states. Iowa starts that region, I believe, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the nearest.
Well, I grew up in a small town, and I got some suggestions for finding other players. It's for me, it was really just try to find other stuff that people are interested in as well. You don't have to start with D&D. Maybe you start off, having people over to play a board game. Maybe you have them over for, watching like Lord of the Rings or something. And then while you're doing those things, if you have people that are interested in that stuff, you don't necessarily just come out and say, "Hey, let's play D&D." Maybe you come out and say, "Hey, I got these, let's do something along those lines." But it's not necessarily has to be, let's play D&D right away. If you're having a difficult time finding people that are into that right away, maybe you just need to kind of ease them into it a little bit. They might find, especially, that's gonna be in trouble. But in small towns, you have a lot of stereotypes, you have a lot of stigmatisms, and you have a lot of, and you just, it's more difficult to get people into things that are not as mainstream. And if you can find people that are into those things that are mainstream that allow them to get into fantasy role playing or other types of role playing, then do those things first, and then just suggest, hey, we're gonna have a group that's gonna get together and do these. Maybe you just want to sit in for a little bit and just see how it goes. And I think that might help out a little bit, rather than just trying to jump into it. I grew up in a town of 1,500 people, and we lived out in the country, and I know I know exactly what that kind of thing is like. And it's, I had some friends in our high school that we played Magic. We didn't play D&D, but we did a lot of those other little things. And then eventually there was a guy who we played Magic with that said, hey, let's play D&D for a weekend. And he played it in his group from a bigger town, and it got us into, at least for one weekend, doing it. And if our schedules were worked out, we would probably would have played more often. But I don't know. I don't know if that helps a little bit, but I would try some of those smaller things, or, like I said, more well-known board game type things. Just find gamers. If you can find gamers, you can get them into other things, and I think that would probably help out a lot.
Just to kind of elaborate on that a little bit, this may be a terrible analogy, but because of everything that's attached to D&D, a lot of people do have that stigma against it or whatnot. And the biggest things right now that you could probably get people to talk about, just to feel them out if they're even remotely interested in it, are things like Game of Thrones. There's millions of fans of that right now, and I would venture a guess that most people who are fans have heard of D&D, or maybe even had played it in the past, and a lot of people keep that gaming in the closet for whatever reason. They don't want to reveal it because they don't want people to think that they're a nerd or a dork or a geek or whatever, and quite frankly, it's hard to let that stuff go. Maybe there's some painful memories associated with it, taunting or teasing from, high school and whatnot. That's kind of a different subject for a different time, maybe. But in all honesty, I really think it's related. And if you don't ask people, hey, I hear you talking about Game of Thrones, or I hear you talking about, Lord of the Rings, or Harry Potter, or what's that show on ABC? Once Upon a Time, things like that. There's so many different. I hate using this word. There's so many different gateways, that you can use to lure them into the dark side of gaming. Bring them into, Dungeons and Dragons, and have them go full out nerd. Maybe the only thing you can do that's even more nerdy is LARP, right? I don't know if anyone does that, and I don't mean any offense. It's just, to me, there's that even worse stigma. Like, oh my goodness, you LARP? That's crazy. The only thing I could probably do successfully as LARPing is role-playing a polar bear, maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
Silly.
But yeah, I mean, that's my advice to you guys. You want to get people in smaller towns, talking about it. I'm sure there's at least three others in most towns or within a couple of miles, just like you guys. Even in northwest Iowa. And where did you say you were from, Scott? I don't recall.
Somerset, Pennsylvania.
Where was it?
Somerset, Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. Okay, yeah. I mean, depending on where in Pennsylvania you are, what side of the state?
We live in like the uppermost part of PA. We're like
Okay,
hours from New York.
nice. So yeah, I mean that's got to be rough. A lot of woods, I would imagine, in that area. Um, so yeah, just listen, keep an ear out for people who are, talking about those shows or things related to it, or I mean, maybe there's a bookshop or there might not be the gaming store, but maybe you got a place where you can buy books or used books or half-price books or that kind of thing, and just it sounds creepy almost, but like post up an old-fashioned sign. Just say, gamers wanted, and have little poll tags on it, and list your phone number or an email address if you're not comfortable listing your phone number. It's really hard to find people if you're not actually willing to look.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how much longer you guys want to go for. I can talk about the world I created. I can talk about or I can ask you guys questions about what you want to see on the site. If you guys are on YouTube and you want to follow the channel, I'd greatly appreciate it if you did that. We just want to keep the conversation going and figure out what people want to see from us. Mainly we're into, as the name implies, dice-based games, card games. As I said earlier, we'd probably have some comic stuff rolling in at some point, but we're just trying to get this stuff going.
Now, do you guys ever set up a D&D game like right here as you're talking to people?
We will be. I mean, we haven't done anything like that yet. We literally just started, what was it, Monday night, Joe? Yeah, with the broadcasting. So, yeah. Oh, okay, Nate. Thanks, man. Thanks very much for coming. We'll see you around, I'm sure. And if you're interested in gaming with the channel, shoot me an email. I'll quickly say that before you bounce. It's Survain, Survain, Thacian, Thacein, @gmail.com. It's also what I use on Facebook, so you don't need to worry about trying to find anything to write it down with or not. If you've seen me posting on Facebook, it's just the same name, no spaces, @gmail.com.
All right. Thanks a lot, guys.
Yeah. Anyone you want to say a shout out to before you go?
Not really, but
Okay.
thanks.
Yep. Have a good one, Nate. Thanks for joining.
Bye.
See you.
So we'll probably wrap it up here within the half an hour, if not sooner, depending on you guys. Michelle, what's your time look like?
Let's see, it's 10:30. My kids are asleep, so I can stay up for another half an hour or so.
Okay, sweet. We thank you very much for coming. Like I said, first female role player, so that's awesome. Scott, how much time you have, sir?
It's 11:30 here, and I have to be up at work at like 5 because I'm a nurse. So
Okay.
I'd still be about another half hour or so.
Okay, well, I mean, if you got a jet, if you want to say a shout out to anybody, I don't know if you do content or not, or what was that?
I'm alright. I'm used to going long hours with no sleep. Part of the
Yeah, I
job.
suppose. I couldn't imagine. I used to work at a steel mill years ago, and I put in 116 hours a week a few times, and that's basically the equivalent of 3 full-time jobs if you're not good at math. And you're watching. It's I don't recommend it. I don't know what the longest back to back to back that you've done is or not, but much respect for you being a nurse. A lot of guys are finding that it's not a female market in that anymore exclusively, and I'm glad to see it because some people are nervous around gals or the opposite sex or whatever, and you know I couldn't imagine being a nurse. A lot of stuff goes on in that job.
Well, I've taken and pulled triple shifts. Right now, it'd be the past 4 days in a row, and I've had probably about 4 hours of sleep each day, roughly.
Wow. Well,
So,
you're a real trooper.
so in total, I'll have almost 42 hours of overtime in as of this paycheck,
Wow.
and I've still got an additional like 4 days to go.
All right. Well, I'm gonna take a few minutes here and just kind of say a little bit about our play group and maybe try to figure out our broadcast schedule here. Okay. What we're looking to do is, for a little bit longer, we're going to be doing nightly broadcasts with the meet and greet. Like I said, we'll see how well that goes. Joel will be joining me as often as he can. Probably not every night, but as his time allows. I'm looking to do different features and columns kind of thing. One of them is going to be Ask Me Anything. You guys, come into the chat and tell me what you want me to discuss or talk about, whether it's a class or a race or a role-playing issue or a DMing issue or advice on world building, as we touched on a little bit tonight. It'll kind of have a similar feel to this. Only real difference will be, it'll probably be less people in terms of the videos. I'm not sure how I do that, if I can allocate people specifically to chat or not, but that stuff I'll figure out. Write in questions, comments on YouTube, on our videos and stuff, and gonna start up with our gaming session probably this Sunday. Joe and I will begin recording that. I think we're gonna do it as a kind of a podcast at first. Just kind of have the video off. You guys can listen to the session and hear how my gaming table goes in real life, and then put that up probably Sunday night or Monday, depending. I'm not sure exactly yet. I have off Tuesdays, so that's probably when I'll do a lot of the content. I'll be discussing the races and the classes and things like alignment and combat maneuvers and that kind of stuff as it relates to D&D. And yeah, just adding my 2 cents to the conversation on topics that have been covered before, as well as a few new things, hopefully. So, anything you guys are interested in seeing? Any advice on keeping it different or making it different?
Are you gonna talk about conventions and things like that? I know
Like
a lot of my friends at conventions, a lot of my friends at my shop go to Fear the Con and other conventions during the year. Is that something that you guys are gonna try and cover as well, like send a representative to these things?
Probably not initially. Depending on where it goes, we'll see what happens with that. I know, a lot of that has some expense to it and the distance traveled. And for me personally, I've got a wife and 3 kids, and I do work a full-time job. It's just myself and Joe right now in terms of ones who are willing to be live on the channel. Another guy initially said he wasn't terribly interested, and then he's like, "Oh, this seems really cool. Maybe I'll give it a shot." So we'll probably be getting another person joining in that way. Oh, hey, Ty. We'll get you in here in just a second. I'm just going to finish up on answering a question. So yeah, the convention thing. I would love to do that, and maybe we'll see if we can't work with some other channels that cover that. If that's something that people want to see. I'm sure there isn't an overabundance of people doing that, especially with, hey, you guys in this area, if you want to go check this out, it's coming to town, and You can do a meet and greet, or maybe one of our people will be there, or we can have a session that goes live as the event's happening. Not necessarily at the event, and then just talk about. Maybe only have people in the call who are either at the event or near the event. That kind of thing. So yeah, that's something we might consider doing.
Cool.
You have interest in the conventions?
Yes, I do. Every year Fear of the Con comes around and some emergency comes up and I don't end up going. But I know there's a lot of play testing of different games. So
Right.
that's why I wanted to go. Haven't gone yet.
Well, absolutely. For what it's worth, I have never been to a convention either, and that might shock some of you. I am a fairly big nerd, both actually and just in my fandom. But yeah, I would love to go to a con. So who knows? Maybe we'll see you there at some point in the near future. Ty, welcome to the call, bud.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, but
we can do actually.
Go ahead, Joe.
Well, one of the things that we can do with that con idea is we could actually look into Wisconsin. Doesn't get a whole lot with conventions, but they do like the Renaissance fairs, and we could actually look into taking a group there and actually seeing if that's something that we could actually host a D&D group live and just maybe videotape it or whatever. I don't know, because like you said, travel for actually going to conventions can be tough, but locally it might actually be worthwhile to try actually start out smaller with some of the Ren fairs that are actually in the area, because those are a lot closer. You get some down in Milwaukee. I think Madison might have one, and there's a couple other ones in the state as well. We could start looking at that kind of thing first and kind of go from there.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, I know our shared friend who's into comics. He's going to Chicago. Is it this weekend for the big event? What is it? Is it C2E2? Is that it?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
So yeah, I mean, and you know where I work, Joe. I have no issue with getting that kind of thing going. It's easy for me. So.
Well, speaking of Renaissance festivals, I don't know if the situation in Wisconsin is the same, but a decade or so back, I had quite a bit of experience with the Ohio Renaissance Festival, which was huge at the time, and I think it's even bigger now. One factor would be costs. I mean, even a decade ago, table costs for a tent for a weekend were pretty expensive. However, another option I'm throwing out there is you might look at smaller venues. A lot of times, like universities will have a weekend Renaissance festival from time to time, and usually they'll let you come set up for $25, $20, or even free, maybe. But that's just another possibility.
Yeah, I mean that's all good advice too.
But if
I know that UW Oshkosh has a gaming club. At least they did, and that's something we could actually attempt to go there. And I can look into some of the stuff that they have going on. I know that there's some other stuff at some of the universities that did do some of that stuff. I don't know if they don't do like a weekend. But last time I was doing stuff on campus with some of the gaming stuff, they actually would meet like every Tuesday or Thursday or something like that, and that's something we could actually go down there and check it out.
Yeah, I mean it's all about making connections, speaking to the people who are into this, and I don't want to make it too much of a catchphrase, but join the conversation, and keep it going. That's kind of what we're going for here on the channel. There's a lot of people with great ideas who just don't have a mic, don't have a camera, just don't have their own channel or the confidence to speak out, and this is how we're gonna build ourselves up is word of mouth, and just speak with people and hopefully do something different.
One thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I said one thing I wanted to also bring up is I was actually watching on YouTube before I decided to jump in. Maybe 20 minutes ago or so, you guys were talking about sort of small towns and how hard it is to find fellow gamers, and I'm right there with you. Been that way much of my life, one place or another. One thing I wanted to say is definitely keep your eyes and ears open and sort of keep an open mind. You might be surprised sometimes where you'll find fellow gamers or people with interest. I don't know if it's the case today because I don't have as many connections there, but I know years in the past, a lot of U.S. Marines played D&D, believe it or not, because they'd be off on base somewhere, and that would be something they would do. Again, I don't know if that's the case today or not, but I know it used to be fairly common. And depending on what kind of area you live in, you might check with your local library, because sometimes the smaller libraries will maybe once a year have a D&D day or a tabletop gaming day or maybe even a magic day or something like that. And yeah, I know I've lived either in the South or in Appalachia most of my life, and usually in the more the more Spartan parts of those regions, and yeah, it definitely can be hard. But like I said, just keep your eyes and ears open, and sometimes you'd be surprised. I know, like just a month ago, I was visiting my mom, and I took her to church one Sunday morning and got to talking to 2 or 3 guys, and they're D&D players. They play every Saturday, and I was really surprised. So again, you just sometimes you got to put in a little extra effort and look, but you can be surprised where people can be found sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry I had to walk away there for a moment. My throat was getting a little dry. We appreciate you coming into the call here. I don't know if anyone else is able to see the thing on the bottom besides me, but we've actually had a good number of viewers, which I'm excited about. I've been wondering where that comes from, and that's actually direct from the YouTube channel, huh?
Yeah.
Probably some of it is.
Okay. Well, that's good to know.
Maybe the one-shot group.
And maybe the one-shot group?
Yeah, maybe.
Awesome. So, Ty, you were on last night. We had some pretty good conversations. Anything you feel like discussing tonight? Any questions you thought of, or hot topics for today?
Honestly, nothing that's really popping right into my mind. I mean, we talked so much last night, and you guys have talked a good bit tonight. One thing I would say about specifically with Dice&Decks is, not that I feel you are or anything, but I was going to say, don't let yourself get discouraged if maybe numbers, as far as like viewers or interest, doesn't always seem as much as you think it, as much as you feel it should be, because a lot of times I've noticed, especially with like YouTube channels that are related to gaming, is the numbers might seem fairly small at first, but then bam, they can take off really fast. I mean, within a matter of days, sometimes.
Yeah, I actually, I don't want to say I don't care about it, because obviously, that's something that is great. It's cool if we get people subscribing, and it's great having people watching. I wasn't expecting to have, I don't even think 10 followers, of my YouTube page. I didn't expect to hit that milestone for maybe a week or 2 weeks or even a month. There's people who've been doing this for quite a while, and I've watched some of their content, and they just keep doing it, but they only have a low number of subscribers, by most people's counts. And I came on, what was it, Tuesday morning after I had done the session Monday night, and I was like, whoa, we're already at 10 subscribers. that kind of thing is fascinating to me. It's not my driving force. I mean, obviously, the more the merrier, and I'd love to have the ability to do this full time. But it's just a creative outlet for me. It's a way to meet people. It's a way to uh, just express my enthusiasm for the genre, and this is going to sound cheesy, but make friends and just have a good time. And the other stuff, as long as I'm doing that and people can feel that, hopefully they sub and watch us. If not, that's fine too.
Well, that's in a lot of ways that's really the best attitude to have, because if you sometimes you see people who start off with that and then they start focusing on numbers or the money or whatever, and you can tell when their interest has changed.
Right.
And I mean, that's understandable. I don't want to shoot somebody down if they're trying to make something bigger or better or whatever. I don't mean it like that, but you can just tell when somebody's love for a particular interest or hobby or whatever has kind of changed gears, and it's not always attractive to their viewers and stuff. And again, I don't mean to accuse Dice&Decks of such a thing by any means, not at all. I'm just saying, it's. I think you've got a good, healthy attitude.
Thank
Well,
you.
when I look at it, like I tell a lot of people my humor, the way I tell jokes. I tell jokes and have humor for myself. If other people laugh with me and find it funny, that's cool. If not, well, then just too bad. So that's the way I look at this. We're doing this for us to have a good time. If other people want to step in and have a good time with us, that's all that I care about.
Yeah.
It's just that's the way I've always done things, and that's never gonna change. So if it's something that I don't enjoy, I'm not gonna do it anyways. So if other people want to go along for the ride, that's cool, and I appreciate it. But I have no other goals other than just doing what I do. So that's all I want out of it.
Yeah.
Now, Joe, when you and Dice start that game for the D&D here on this, you guys said that you needed more players. Are you guys willing to take and have another person on whenever you go live for it? That way because I'm off normally Sundays and Tuesdays, so if you guys were doing it anytime on those, I'd love to join in and have a game with you guys.
Yeah, so I'll start on responding on that first. Basically, right now, we're looking to do it as often as our schedules allow. Our home game happens to be on Sundays from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. Sometimes we run a little bit longer than that. Sometimes we start a little bit earlier than that. But in all honesty, if there's enough people wanting to play on any given day, we've already been throwing back and forth of moving the game that we do to Saturdays anyhow. In some ways that even makes more sense than how we do it right now. But Tuesdays, actually, it's funny because I have off on Tuesdays, and we've had a lot of interest on Tuesday as a possible date. So, like I said, I told you guys in my email earlier. If you didn't jot it down, don't worry. It's the same as my Facebook page. Shoot me an email on Gmail, friend me in the Hangouts. We can communicate that way. But in all honesty, yeah. In all honesty, as far as gamers, yeah, that's what this is about. We're trying to build. Full disclosure for the one shots part of it. We're trying to build a pool of players and potential DMs to host games initially in the world that I created using either 3.5 or 5.0. So absolutely, if you want a game, shoot me an email, and I'll keep track of who's who and what's what. Someone suggested to me Draw Doodle or Doodle Draw or something like that. It's like a scheduling program. But anyhow, I'll figure that stuff out and the logistics of it, and we'll be gaming soon enough. like I said, we're going to be recording our session and posting it up on here, probably as a podcast initially. Some people in the group are a little nervous about going live with it in terms of the potentiality for video, and I get that. Totally respect it, but otherwise one-shot groups for sure. The more the merrier, hopefully. I'm thinking 2 or 3 a week even, and most of it's going to be D&D. I am not opposed to running other stuff though, or even having other people on the channel as the DM, and broadcaster and doing stuff that way. So if you want a game or you know someone who wants to DM and doesn't have their own channel and they want to run something different, have them email me too.
Okay. All right, man. I'm
So-
getting off here. I got to sleep for work tomorrow.
No problem. Have a good night, bud. Thanks for stopping by.
Anytime.
Good night.
Michelle, you heading out too?
I shall be heading out.
All right. Well, thanks very much for coming. Anyone you want to say a shout out to, or
Shout out to my game shop, Top Deck Games and Comics in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
There you go. Top Deck Games in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Michelle supports you, and Dice&Decks is glad that you support gaming. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
You too.
Good night.
All right, so it's Joe and I. Ty, Joe wasn't on the call last night. He is my co-presenter, soon to be co-DM.
Okay.
Channel. And we game together, have been for a few years now. We've known each other off and on through work and whatnot. We are going to be the faces of the channel. Right, Joey? He's shaking his head.
Yeah, I see it. I see it.
I got... go ahead.
I was going to say, sorry, I dropped in right at the end as things were kind of winding down, so don't let me... I know it's getting kind of late, so don't let me hold you up or whatever. If you guys...
I'm good for a little bit yet, maybe 10, 15 minutes or more, or if the conversation takes us longer, it takes us longer. Joe, how much time you got?
Time isn't really that big of a deal. I work at 8 tomorrow, but I could go at least another hour or so.
Okay.
I'm talking to somebody else. Hang on just a minute. We'll see. I don't really care as long as we're talking about important, not important stuff, but just talking about stuff that, is whatever. I'm cool. No big deal.
Awesome.
So he's good till 7:45.
His mommy's going to let him stay up tonight for a bit. Ty, you have a lot of experience in gaming. If you don't mind, I need to buy myself a couple of minutes. Would you share some of the stuff, some of your experiences, something interesting that's happened as a player, as a DM, or just at the table? And I'll be right back.
Okay, sure. Over the years, one of the mostly generally funny stuff comes back to you, years later. I remember I was a dungeon master one time, and the group of characters I had them on a long campaign. By the time the campaign was done, we ended up having, I believe it was 45 or 46 adventures altogether. And most of the characters were in about the 16th to 18th level range by that point. And this would have been D&D 3 and 3.5, kind of in that era. But and these were mostly experienced folks. They had played some first edition and second edition, so most of them were pretty well familiar with game tropes and things like that. But I remember I bring up their being kind of higher levels because one of the adventures was they had to travel to another plane of existence. In fact, I believe they had to go through several planes. There was a god who had been imprisoned, and they had to free this god. And when they finally found him, he was trapped inside of a giant gem, kind of a giant pinkish gem. And as the characters stepped into the chamber where this god was imprisoned, the first thing I mentioned was this god is inside of a giant gym, and before I had an opportunity to give any description of the gym or the surroundings or anything like that, one of the players who was a longtime player at the time kind of put his hands up like this and raised them and said, "Gym, you mean like with weights and stuff?" And there was silence throughout the room for a minute, and then everybody just started cracking up, of course. I mean, he just wasn't thinking at the time. So it was one of those things where you probably had to be there, but it seemed funny at the time. And I mentioned last night when we were talking, one of the things I, as a dungeon master, is I like being surprised by my players. I like when players hit me with a curveball and I suddenly have to think on my feet and go. And not all dungeon masters are like that. Some dungeon masters and some players, they prefer to know what's going on and what's happening, and they don't want any big surprises. They don't want anything from out in left field to hit them. And it's just, people are different. It's just kind of the way they are. But one of the few regrets I have as a player over the years is I was a player and I was a fighter, and we were just starting to play 3rd edition. It had just come out. I was a member of a group of we were about 10th to 12th level, around in there, and we had been harassed for several levels by a dark elf queen. We had been traveling across a continent, and it seemed like every few days she or some minions of hers would show up, and they were attacking us. It's been a while since that session, but it seemed to me we maybe had a magic item she wanted or something like that. So they kept... Hi, Owen.
What's going on here?
Hey, I'm just talking about a old gaming session I had. Hi, I'm Ty. I'm just talking about a gaming session I had from about a decade or so back in D&D 3, where I was a player and some characters, the other players and I were being harassed by a dark elf queen.
Yeah.
And this went on for multiple adventures, and we were in about the 10th to 12th level range, and we finally kind of... I was talking about one of the regrets I had as a player is it finally dawned on me one day that we had enough power between us to take out this dark elf queen.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the part I regret. The part I regret is I realized as a player that if we sat and discussed what we were going to do in front of the dungeon master, then he would immediately find ways to stop us.
Right.
But if we went into a separate room and discussed it and then came out together and hit him with our plan, he would have no other option than basically just to roll with what we hit him with. And that's what we did. And it didn't lose me a friendship or anything like that, but I could tell the Dungeon Master definitely was not happy with that. I, as a Dungeon Master, it wouldn't bother me either, because I like being hit with surprises by players, but I could tell this didn't... I mean, I guess you could kind of see it. You're sitting around and suddenly one guy pulls everybody into a side room for like 10 minutes, you have a conversation, then you come back and like, oh, here, we're going to screw with everything you've had planned.
Right. Well, and then it's assuming that the players are going to plan and make some grand plan. They've got some really big thing they're going to drop on you. Well, you've got some big thing you're planning in the first place.
Yeah.
They might conflict with that. I don't even like to know my PC's character sheets. I don't even like to know where they put their skills or what things they have in their backpack. Necessarily, obviously, I need to know if they bought that stuff, but I like to not know as a DM, because I like being surprised a little bit.
Yeah. Well, even one of the, I won't say it's a problem, but one of the conundrums I've kind of seen over the years is the whole backpack idea. Is, you've got these adventurers, and they've got their thieves' tools, their potions, their scrolls, and their rope, and their sleeping bag, and there's all this stuff in this backpack, but it only takes one action to get whatever it is out. I mean, I realize that's just, make it easier to play the game, but.
Come on! It's a really well organized backpack. That's all you gotta do.
Why couldn't you do like a utility belt or something? Have like 4 slots of quick use items.
It's a backpack from.
You could do that.
I mean, I've never thought about it, but it seems like it could work.
It's just one of those little metagame things that kind of has sort of, I think about every now and then.
I'm a PC right now for the first time in a really long time, and going to that's kind of weird, but I've got so many potions like real slipperiness, and like, all kinds of stuff like that I forget that I have, and I know my DM has no idea about, and I'm just waiting to whip it at him one day, because I know he's not going to be ready for it.
So, Owen, I want to say something real quick. First of all, are you in one of the Facebook groups that I'm on, or
yeah,
how did you find us?
Which one did I just get here from? Yeah, the Adventures Guild page.
Okay. Awesome. So I've already asked Ty and Joe, and of course myself, I've contributed, but my question is, number one, how did you get into tabletop gaming or just gaming in general? And then number two, tell us a story about the most interesting thing that's either happened while you were a player or you were a DM or just something that you've either watched or witnessed.
I'll have to think about the second one a little bit, but when I was younger, I played Magic. I played, that's where I started. I played with Magic with my brother when I was much younger, and then with D&D, it was high school. It was 3.5 was out. One of my friends wanted to DM a group, and I played with 4 other buddies that had never played the game before, and our DM didn't really know much either, and we just kind of, starting out for my first probably 3 campaigns that I played, no one really had any idea what we were doing. I mean, we had like one player's handbook, and the DM had a DMG, but literally looking back on it now, like, we just didn't really have any rules. We didn't follow any rules. No one knew the play styles. Nobody had played the earlier editions or anything like that, but we would just kind of sit around and get drunk and just like talk with each other. And now with 5th edition, I brought all of my friends into it, and we all finally, this is like my 4th or 5th campaign, but now finally we've kind of belted out the rules after a series of 8 sessions. We sit there and argue for 4/5 of the time and just work our way through everything, and now finally, after all of these years, we actually have some kind of command of the game and some understanding of how it works, and we can really start getting into it. I'm really excited about it now. I actually, and I had to DM the whole time, but I didn't know how to DM. I mean, I was just start from scratch, but I'm just kind of a sci-fi buff, and I was a literature major, and that's kind of what I like to do. So I like doing that, and now finally that I've gotten all of this, I think right now I'm actually, for the first time, making a campaign before getting a group to play it, and I'm kind of working on making this. I'm actually doing like an urban adventures campaign with. I started a campaign with my buddies. We played a couple sessions, and then we switched to the pre-made, which I had never used before because things were just kind of. I was too busy. I didn't have the time to plan out my sessions. They're kind of flopping here and there. So we decided to switch to that for a while, and now I'm planning on going back to this urban campaign because now finally we're ready to role play. Everyone's doesn't just want to fight anymore. We don't want these hour-long fights, 3/4 of our sessions being chucking our way through fighting a couple mobs. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. And most interesting moment, I guess I still have to think about that. I don't really know right now.
No worries, we can definitely come back on that. It's easy enough to chime in. Earlier, excuse me, apparently I'm hitting puberty finally. Earlier in the call, we were rolling, using the dice stream, and rolling initiative on who was going to be able to talk, because we had, I think, like 10 people in here, 11 people. It was crazy.
Yeah,
I don't think I've ever seen a stream with that many in it related to D&D anyways.
That's pretty sweet. Who went first?
I actually don't think I ever won initiative, but I'm used to that, so it's okay. So we'll come back to you on that question. Just to kind of tell you, I don't know if you were watching in the stream or not, if you just clicked on it and this is the first you're seeing of us, but I'm sorry?
This is the first. I just saw it on Facebook, and I didn't even know what I was looking at. I just clicked on it.
Nice. Yeah, so what we're doing is we're just introducing our channel to those who are interested in it, those who like fantasy, who like gaming in general, D&D, Magic the Gathering. What Dice&Decks is, to bring you up to speed, is the dice part of it is obviously tabletop gaming like D&D and other games, and the decks part is Magic the Gathering, as you mentioned earlier. We'll be doing some content on that. I consider myself more of a collector and casual player, and Joe fancies himself a master strategist, standard deck god, and also really good at modern. I think he's ranked #1 in the world. Just kidding. Maybe he's #1 in his head. I don't know. But we're going to be doing content on that too. So if you're into that kind of gaming still, or even the viewers watching us on YouTube, thank you for that. We'll be having content on that soon enough, I promise. We're just really trying to focus on D&D first because that's currently what our biggest interest is.
Fun with me because I actually kind of quit Magic. I can't get back into it now. I played back in the day. Now I look at it and it's just. I was never a competitive player, and now it seems like the only way you can really play is to be at least competitive to some degree. It seems like they so quickly make the old expansions obsolete these days.
Yeah, and actually,
my question would be, my friend Ernie will kill me if I don't ask this. Do you want to sell your cards?
No, I don't. I will play again. I will. With my son, maybe, and we're playing with cards from the 90s, and that one's 2020.
$1 billion. Sorry, I couldn't resist the stupid little comment. So that's interesting. You quit, but you still have your collection. I know most of the time when guys quit, gals too, when people quit playing, they sell off their collection. That's like the first thing they do because it's a quick. I don't want to say cash grab, but I want to get some of my money back from this money hole in some people's cases, and otherwise just I don't think I'm ever going to go back to it. So did you leave it thinking you'd go back at some point? That seems to happen a lot. I know a lot of people who bounced in and out of the sport.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even when I started, I bought thousands of cards and big packs of rares online, and I bought old editions back then. I probably started around 7th edition. Odyssey, and then played up until, I don't know, a little while after Legions, after that block, I don't know, a couple of years there. And I liked it then, but, I mean, I mostly just ran out of money, ran out of time, I went to college, that kind of stuff. I stopped playing out of inconvenience, and now I more so don't get back into it because it seems overwhelming to me. I mean, I like drafting. I'd like to sit down and draft. That's something I can do, but I just don't have the time or the means to keep up with it anymore.
Have you tried EDH?
I don't know. No, I haven't.
Have you heard of it?
I have heard of it. I don't really know what it is, though.
It used to stand for Elder Dragon Highlander. Now it's known as Commander. It's a format that they pseudo-support. They want to reap the money from it, so they release Commander products once a year. And it's different because it lets you use all of those older cards that aren't vintage or legacy worthy, and are obviously no longer standard, but may be modern. But modern for some people is a little bit pricey to get into, and we won't even talk about the price tag on getting into legacy and vintage at a competitive point. But EDH for me, I'm a collector. and I won't do the same thing I did last night, but that binder up there is one of a lot of binders that I have. They're 3-inch D-ring binders, full of Magic cards. Ty, I think you were on when I said that. Was that last night? If you could just nod. Yeah. I have a lot of boxes of cards, and I've never stopped collecting. I've never actually stopped playing. I mean, there's been spans of months where I didn't play, but well, I shouldn't say didn't play. Didn't play at a store. Just played at home or tested decks and that kind of thing. But what EDH is, you have a commander of the deck, and it's a legendary card of your choosing, and every card in the deck has to be one of the colors of the commander's identity. And you build your deck essentially either around the colors or around the abilities of the commander. And then you start at 40 life. You draw your 7 cards as normal, and as soon as you have enough mana or land to cast the card, your commander, you typically do so. And then hopefully it changes the game state for you. But it's a fun format. There's certainly videos you can check out, online, and I find a lot of people who, got out of it end up liking EDH because one thing I don't like about Magic is some people are really D-bags about it. They hold their cards in their hand. They hold their cards in their hand and they shuffle them back and forth, and they're like, "Is it my turn yet? Is it my turn yet? Is it my turn yet?" And I've done it at times, but I only do it when it's been a 3 or 4 minute turn, not oh, you just drew your card, is it my turn? So that competitive side of Magic has really turned me off, and I don't know if I'll ever game in a tournament again. I'll probably do like FNMs and that kind of thing, and maybe some local stuff, but I honestly don't picture myself ever going to a qualifier or anything like that. Maybe the channel will get me back into it. Maybe they'll redeem themselves somehow. But for me, D&D just rebuilt the bridges for a lot of the older gamers, and Magic. The only thing they've done to support the older gamers is to make sure the price of the alpha and beta cards stay high. That's it.
And I think that kind of the gaming industry is kind of split in that way now, because you look at Magic now, I think that's gotten worse with its popularity. I mean, it's being played into a certain crowd, it's certain to a younger crowd, and a younger crowd these days, they're a lot more connected. I think that there's a lot more people playing it, they're a lot more competitive about it, there's a lot more people to compete with, and then D&D now, with 5e going back to the 3.5, like they tried to do the same thing that Magic did with 4.0. They started playing into that younger crowd again, and then they realized that then they're just kind of competing with those other things like Magic. But when they always had a different market from the beginning, and then that was a mistake they did to move into that direction. That's why I think they went back with what they did with 5th edition. Is now they're separating themselves from those other kinds of games and things like that. That's why I am embracing D&D more than I ever have now.
Yeah, D&D, it's really weird. Like I keep hearing more and more people mentioning it, and I don't know if it's because of the Lord of the Rings movies in the 2000s and the Harry Potter stuff, and just really the continuous amount of amazing fantasy content being done to the non-interested public or previously non-interested public, as much as the the true fans, the ones who were there before the movies of stuff, don't like what they've done. I'll admit the one thing they have done very well is they've gotten the attention of a very short attention span group of people otherwise. And the cool thing with that is once you have their attention, they Pinterest stuff, they Reddit stuff, they tweet stuff, and hey, it helps the genre, it keeps it going, and it's different than what we're used to, for the people who've been here before it. But in all honesty, I think it's a good step. And and I want to see more companies do what Wizards of the Coast did with D&D and keeping it interesting for the old base as well as tying in the new base. And I don't know how other companies do it, but I want to see them do it with Magic. Because I feel like that's one thing that they haven't done yet with Magic is bring back the feel that less competitive, more fun
That's
nature,
technical.
and I don't know if they can do it. I don't know.
I actually just made a Dungeon Masters group on Facebook. I got so excited about D&D, then I got back into it. I love that.
I wanted to add, related to the D&D angle. Last night we talked a little bit about video games, and I think in the last, definitely the last 15, maybe 20 years, video games have obviously come a long way technology-wise and graphic-wise, and I think that's been a big boom to the fantasy genre in general. I mean, today we got stuff like Skyrim. Honestly, I think video games have had a huge influence on fantasy, and maybe part of the reason why 5th edition has been as popular as it is, and even going back to 3rd edition, maybe its popularity at the time. And related to that, one of the things I've been wondering about is not only did Wizards of the Coast do a lot of things right with 5th edition, but there's kind of been, if you talk to folks in the video game industry, roughly the last year, maybe 2, there's kind of a lull. I'm not going to say, we talked about last night when video games crash. It seems like there's a financial crash in the video game industry about once every 10 years or so. I don't think that has happened, in my own opinion, but I do think there's a little bit of a lull. And I wonder if the popularity of 5th edition D&D, part of that popularity may be because of that lull in video games. People sometimes complain that tabletop gaming is an expensive habit, and yeah, you're paying $45 to $50 a book, and you got to have 2 or 3 books for a hobby, but that's still cheap compared to video games.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you got to go out and buy a new system for $500 or even $300, and then you're paying $50 to $75 per game, that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
So, and maybe I'm wrong, and maybe none of it's related, but
yeah, I kind of have a theory on what's happening with the younger generation now, in that the older generation thinks that, kind of was all really worried about the younger people getting so detached from reality with video games, with technology, and with communication and everything like that. They think that kids were getting away from that and that they would never come back. They would just kind of lose touch with reality, and it would get worse and worse and worse, through all of those things. But I think that what's actually happening now is that the younger people are kind of done with that. That all happened. Twitter, Facebook, the technology age came about. Everybody did all that. They all got really into it, and now they're bored. And now they know that they're feeling detached. They're bored with that kind of stuff. And now there's a resurgence of people coming back to this kind of thing, getting back in touch with reality, because it's not fun anymore. Kids have gotten bored. They don't want it. You can't do that forever. You can't sit around being that. It catches up with you, and I think that that's kind of what's happening now.
Well, and being older, a lot of times older people forget. I'm in my mid-40s. A lot of times older people tend to forget. They look at young people today, especially teenagers, and say, oh, this, that, and the other thing, or they're shallow, or their music sucks, or whatever. You forget it was much the same when we were teenagers too. Right. I was a teenager in the 80s. And believe me, we were all pretty shallow back then too. If we'd had Twitter, it would have been the same. It would have been the same thing. Yeah, I mean, it's part of being that age. I mean, if you're 14 years old, it's part of what you are and getting through it. Some people grow up, some people don't. But it's just part of being a young person, and eventually you get over it one way or another.
Well, you also figure out what you really like. And then you get through that, you get through doing what's new and what's popular, and then when that fades out, you got to figure out who you are again, and you go back to the things that you actually enjoy instead of just doing what people were doing when you were young, when you were a teenager.
Yeah. Well, and you know your tastes change. I mean, you know, things you like when you're 14, you're not going to necessarily like when you're 20. I mean, you might, but for the most part, you're probably not. You know, and things you like when you're 20, you're not necessarily going to like when you're 30. And it might not all just be you that's changing. I mean, some of it could be the broader culture around that changes. You know, music especially is one of those things where, you know, everybody who's older always, it seems like everybody who, like, once they hit at least 35 or 40, it's like, oh, music sucks today. I'm not somebody who says that. I will say I don't listen to a lot of modern music, but I'm not going to say music sucks today, because we had a lot of sucky music back in my day too, you know.
You don't hear about it anymore.
Yeah, you know, and of course I didn't listen to any of that. You know, that was stuff other people listened to. You know, but and you know, as far as like bad music or bad movies or whatever, you know, 10 years down the line, nobody's going to care.
Yeah, it
You know,
doesn't matter.
yeah, something might have a little cult following or something, but it's not going to matter for the most part.
Yeah. I gotta ask, are you guys DMs or are you players?
Well, I'm kind of in a weird situation. I was telling them last night. Right now, I'm a player, but I think of myself as a DM. I just haven't DM'd in a very long time, and I'm hoping to get back into it. It's just I've only played 5th edition maybe 5 or 6 times now, and I've only done online gaming about the same number of times, so I'm still kind of feeling things out before I want to be a dungeon master that way. But eventually I want to go back to DMing.
Yeah, that's the best.
I am a DM. I love playing. I love role playing. Some people don't like the DM PCs because you can do, you know, all your characters that you want to do via NPCs, but there's that detachment from the party, and you don't really feel like, you know, you're adventuring with them. And I mean, there's merit to both. I do run DM PCs, not always, but in the session that, or in the campaigns we played lately, the last 2 years specifically, I have. And the reason I did that is because every single player I had was brand new, had never done D&D before. Either that or their memory of D&D sucked. And you know, I wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page. So the first campaign, you know, I did the typical Heroes of Light kind of thing, and you got to save the world, right? There's a big bad evil organization or guy trying to ruin it, and you know, you with the kid with the red baseball cap and the, you know, rickety sneakers. I'm making fun of like Final Fantasy and stuff here. You're gonna save the world. But anyways, you know, they really enjoyed it. Some players, you know, really broke out. The gentleman to the far left of your screen, you know, he's an MVP role player of the group. More often than not.
Rody.
Yep, Joe Rody. He's one of my IRL people. Basically, it's amazing how far he's come, you know, from it, and he spoke on it a little bit in the videos. And if he wants to tell you more, you know, I'll let him do that. But you know, he's built things, you know, for his characters' role plays, and I'll let him re-describe them briefly if he wants. But you know, his mind is always spinning, and it's almost like, you know, at times it's not me versus him, it's his character versus, you know, my wits as the DM, and that's how I like it. You know, some other players in the group are really starting to come in strong on things. You know, I won't say any of their names, but I'll say their character names. You know, Vashkar, he's really doing a good job on stuff. I've been surprised at some things. that let's see if I can get the names here. I'm sorry, I'm like drawing a blank.
I can't remember their names at all. I gotta write them all down. I can never remember.
Right. Let's see if I can do this though. So Vashkar, let's see, Wrightson is Joe's character. Um, Cecil, he's really doing some stuff that's been surprising lately that I like. Yeah, Nalam, he likes to get his characters killed. Glass cannon specialist. Raywin, yep, that she's been doing some interesting stuff. She got herself a boar recently, and now she's just got to tame it. But yeah, it's amazing to me, to see how far they've come just in 2 campaigns. I mean, it's 2 years in real life time that we've been playing, and for some people that would be like, oh, well, they should be masters by now. But you gotta understand, these people weren't fans really of D&D. They didn't want to play it. Like, they didn't come to me. But I was friends with most of them already, either that or friends of friends, and it just kind of go ahead.
I just said that's how it always goes.
Right, and just brought them in, and then the tutelage or mentorship, was mine to do, and a lot of them really like it. If they didn't, why on earth are they coming over every Sunday for 4 hours in a time where there's things pulling you in so many directions in life? Like a lot of them have, boyfriends or girlfriends or husbands or wives or kids of their own and families and all this stuff going on, and even the technology and things like Game of Thrones, being on, and sports being on, and it's on Sundays. And I'm in Wisconsin, and I don't know, you may have heard of a team called the Packers. They're pretty huge, and they play on this certain day of the week called Sunday, and it's pretty tough to get cheeseheads to want to do anything besides sit in front of the TV and watch their Packers and root against the Bears.
Pass on the Packer game to come over and play?
Well, I'm sorry?
You got them to pass up the Packer game to come over and play?
Absolutely. And actually, there's even one guy, believe it or not, in the group who wants to experience pain and death, apparently, every Sunday because he taunts us as he hates the Packers. Again, I won't name his name or anything, but it's definitely one of my male players, as I've heavily implied and stated already. And it's all I can do to muzzle him up because you don't mess with the Packers. I don't know.
Where are you at in Wisconsin, if you don't mind my asking?
Yeah, no, I mean, we talked about it earlier. We are in the Oshkosh area, specifically.
I went to school in Oshkosh, and I'm in Baraboo again now. I'm from Baraboo, and I came back here.
Nice.
I was in Oshkosh for 3 years, though.
Isn't it crazy, like, how big the world is, yet how small it is when you just, click on something at random and boom, here you are?
Yeah, that's wild. Kind of wish I was still there.
You wish you were still in Oshkosh?
Yeah, it's a nice place.
A little bit more to do than Baraboo. I'm not overly familiar with Baraboo, but I got to imagine.
I wouldn't say that, I guess, but there's nice people up there. I like the area.
Nice.
I like Appleton.
I was actually just down in Baraboo last week for a work meeting. So we were only there for like 4 hours or whatever, and then came back. But it was kind of funny.
That's weird. Is there some reason that we all ended up in this hangout and we're all in Wisconsin, or is that just coincidence?
Ty is not from Wisconsin.
I'm in North Carolina at the moment. Originally from Kentucky, so.
But he is a hardcore cheesehead.
I guess I have a question. I have a question for you guys that I got out of my mind lately. I guess my sessions that I DM tend to get stalled really often, especially when it comes to combat, and a lot of things when it comes to having no real rules laid down on asides and conversations that are happening out of character. I think it's really getting in the way of everyone getting into the role-playing experience because they spend half of their time talking about what they're going to be doing soon. And then when people are in circumstances where only maybe one or two of the players are actually involved in the situation, but they're all involved in the conversation that's happening. And and they're all new players too. They haven't never role played before, and I've tried to make it clear to them and try and get them on track and kind of keep that to a minimum, but I don't really know. What do you think about in combat, I guess, if with people with making an actual rule about no side conversations at all? I mean, obviously you wouldn't want it to be so that no one can speak or anything, but to say that when it's someone's turn, you just simply wait for them to decide what they're going to do, or declare if they're going to speak or say something out loud.
Well, I've seen a few things that have worked. We almost did like a shot clock thing, sort of, and that seemed to speed things up a little bit and get people used to the fact that you've got to make a decision either quickly or you have to react as your character would. It's tough to always implement. Oh, you have 30 seconds to do something. But when somebody is not stalling, but having a tough time deciding what to do, we've done something like that. The other thing that I've seen that has worked is giving them a sense of urgency. You've got your action is 6 seconds. If you're not able to come up with something in 6 seconds, you need to move along. And if that means that their turn gets skipped, they might get upset about it. But they also have to understand that this is something that you have to be able to give an idea and come up with something for what you're doing. I think both of those are good options, and you might get some people that are frustrated about it right away, but once they realize that they have to conform to those rules to be able to do actions or to let their character live in a certain situation, I think that at least is something that you can try.
Yeah.
I'll speak on that. I'll speak on that too, real quick. Actually, unless you have something related, quick. Go ahead, Owen.
No, I'm good.
Okay. What I was going to say is, like Joe said in our group, we did the shot clock thing. It wasn't the hard and fast, 6 seconds, just because by the time I actually pushed the button on the stop clock and pushed again to stop it, it's actually probably been 8 anyways. But doing that urgency like he suggested, and I was given a thumbs up to. Definitely is a necessity because, yeah, they might not like it, that they didn't get their turn, but in all honesty, nothing says that you need to make a decision like getting smashed in the face by an ogre, with a warhammer or something. It's if people want their characters to live, well then, care about what your character is doing, immerse yourself in the environment, and role play. If they're not good at that, maybe have a separate one-on-one session with them and just find out what pushes their buttons, as people first, depending on how familiar you are with them or not, and then try to razz them that way. I mean, not at the personal level, but like, their characters' backgrounds, I would assume, or maybe a little bit. If not, try to delve into that stuff. And I've even gone so far as to have NPCs, threaten their family members in game, if it came to that, not necessarily getting them to act, but just other things, using that, because if they've spent all this time creating this character, they don't want to lose it. I've got one guy in particular who really loves the stuff he creates, and it's hard for him to, or at least had been hard for him, to let stuff happen, and just let it go, let the character be affected by things and stuff. And I'll kind of end it there. Ty, do you have any advice?
Well, a couple of things. One, the Dungeon Master's Guide, the 5th edition, does offer some variations on how to do initiative. And one of them is for, instead of waiting for each person's turn to come up and them announce what they do, is you go ahead and roll everybody's initiative, but at the beginning of each turn, everyone says what their character is going to do then. And that might slow things down for a minute or two, but it will stop having to wait for each individual person when their turn comes up. I mean, basically everybody announces what they're going to do, and the DM runs down through the initiative list and works with the character to describe what happens. And I'm not a huge fan of that, but I have seen it in use, and it does cut down on metagaming a little bit, actually, because I don't know if I'd say it makes things more realistic, but it keeps a character's actions going through their initial knowledge instead of acting upon each other, so to speak. I mean, realistically, all these actions are kind of happening at the same time, but mechanically they're not. So if everybody announces at the beginning of the turn what they're doing, then they're not just... They can work off each other, but not necessarily that turn. Another option I've seen, not in D&D, but in an old game I used to play called Dragon Quest, there was a skill called Military Scientist. And what this skill allowed a player to do is at the beginning of each turn, they could take a break for the entire group, and depending on how high the level of the skill was what decided how long the break was. I think if you had a level 1, you got like 10 seconds, but if you were, say, level 10 or something, you got up to like a whole 2 minutes, which is actually a pretty long time. And what characters could do during this break was actually discuss the combat situation. Yeah, and you'd be surprised.
What they come up with.
Yeah, what they would. Yeah, they work together, but you'd also be surprised sometimes in the middle of combat, either somebody wasn't paying attention or somebody thinks the group is just wrong, and they'll go off and do the opposite of what was sort of agreed that everybody should do that round. Which, yeah, it might stick in your craw a little bit, but it's also kind of fun sometimes and spontaneous when somebody does that. And again, that's not D&D, but I could see installing something along the lines of that in D&D, like with a leadership skill or maybe a feat or something like that. Or it wouldn't even have to be that. I mean, the Dungeon Master could just say, okay, well, so-and-so is generally sort of the party leader, so they can call for a break. I wouldn't suggest... honestly, about 30 seconds is more than enough, because I know I had one sort of high-level character who had the full 2-minute break, and 2 minutes doesn't sound like a lot of time, but it's actually forever. I mean, when you've got 4 or 5 people sitting around, you really only need maybe 20 or 30 seconds to kind of discuss what's going on. And those are a couple of options might be available.
Well, kind of a problem a lot of the time too is that though we're all pretty knowledgeable at this point after playing, there's just a matter of forgetting things. There's a matter of like size differences and moving through spaces and things like that we get kind of hung up on. Combat can literally take sometimes. It can take so long sometimes because you just end up arguing and things like that. And, there's a part of me that either wants to say, if there's a rule that if you don't know a rule in a combat scenario, there's no question asking. There's not really trying to avoid all conflict resolution until combat's over. And during combat, we don't do it. Maybe after the entire session we'll analyze these things, or after the combat's over.
Is this for 5th edition?
Yeah.
Huh? I personally, I would think that would be kind of unusual for 5th edition. I mean, 3rd edition, definitely, because there's like a rule for every little thing. From a Dungeon Master's point of view, one of the nice things about 5th edition is, it very clearly states on like every page of the Player's Handbook and the Dungeon Master Guide, what the DM says goes.
I guess in reality, I have a troublemaker player in that sense.
Oh, okay.
Kind of a control freak. He wants to argue. And he's also the one who kind of tried to do like a spin-off of his own campaign after we were playing. He's like, I'm going to DM my own campaign. I'm going to take some of these plays and one of my other friends and do my own thing on the side, and you can play if you want. And now it's just like borrowing the D&D. I think, and I think he's kind of coming to reality of DMing at this point. I think he did that to kind
Yeah.
of take over the role and kind of spice it up and maybe do what I'm doing, but a little better. And he's done a couple sessions now, and now this last one, he we went into a room and we were in a fight. He gave us a really small room to fight in. That was maybe like 50 feet by 50 feet with 5 players and then 1 enemy, and then eventually brought in 4 more enemies. So there was 10 people in this little tiny room, and we couldn't escape, and we weren't supposed to go in that place, so it wasn't a fight we were supposed to win. And we did that was the entire session was us sitting in that room dealing with all of this stuff. And I think that just this kind of stuff is starting to dawn on him that the reason that what the DM says goes rule exists is because it's better for everybody in the end. But that's been a real issue for us.
One of the things that if you have, I guess, if you have a player that is causing a lot of issues, is it something that you like sat down and talked with him and said, hey, this is what's going on?
I was going to actually say that was a really good idea earlier, that whoever suggested the one-on-one session, that had never occurred to me, but I really think that, it would be funny to just have somebody over one night, just hang out with them, and even if it was part of our campaign, but it was just kind of a role-playing side thing, just to kind of work with them individually, I really think that could be really good. I've never thought of it.
Yeah, here's something I've done with some of the people in the group that I've got going on Sundays. I will have, on occasion, it hasn't happened too much because we have been playing together for 2 years now, and we all were friends, for the most part beforehand, so we kind of understand each other. But anyhow, I've had to at times split it into a DM in this room and a DM in that room, and have me running with a smaller group of players because there was either some questions as to what was going on in that particular scene and they wanted to kind of go back through it. And unfortunately, I don't want to break the immersion, so what we did is we just played through the scene again with just those characters and almost like a rewind for their benefit, and it really helped, explaining, here's what happened, this person moved here and that provoked an attack of opportunity, from this person here, and the different mechanics of it. And if you can just, and I'm going to post some videos on this stuff too, for 3.5 and 5.0, maybe that'll be the first set that I do, is the different actions you can take in combat and with regards to movement and stuff. And I'm sure there's stuff out there, already, but maybe I'll do it in a different way, or maybe it'll be just since you've actually met me and talked to me, maybe you'll find it more interesting in that regard or more useful. So I'll try to remember to post some of that stuff up on there, and explain the different actions in combat. But as far as breaking a session up, we did that the one time, and basically the other DM in the other room, what he was doing is he was moving the story forward, but only so far as to get to the next room. I made the instructions clear, like, I don't think this will take very long to replay this scene. If it does, take longer, whatever. And how we decided that what was going on with those other players, they were searching the room where that other encounter had just happened in. So in terms of the immersion, when the group came back together, it was really easy to just have it be, oh, hey, look what we found in that room, now that everyone understands what happened, and that kind of thing. Or even just doing a separate one-on-one session. I know I want to say like Dawn Forgedcast has some stuff on that, if you know who that is or not, on YouTube. I believe A Fistful of Dice has stuff on that as well. I don't have any issues name dropping guys who've already posted stuff that I'm aware of. I'm pretty sure those two have. But like I said, I'm going to be doing some of those things as well, and the miniatures help a little bit with the understanding. Some people don't want to do the miniatures because they
No,
want like, the.
I had never done that until now, but I'm happy that I am now.
I use it for combat. I don't use it for any other scenery type stuff or whatnot. I mean, it's partially because it's so expensive, and partially because if I don't want it to be expensive, I have to make it myself, and then it's time consuming.
Use chess pieces.
And well, I'm sorry.
We use chess pieces.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and that's fine. For years with other gaming things, I just used the little colored stones to represent things, and now I've upgraded a lot of my miniatures to the little tokens that come in some of the tear-off sheets in the different boxes and stuff you can buy. I've got like 500-600 of them, and that's been more than enough. I don't care that it's a pony and not a. Yeah, there you go. I don't care that it's a pony and not an actual dragon. You know, it's a dragon. Use your damn creativity, right? But yeah, the one-on-one session stuff. I'll probably have some of that going on at some point. Welcome back, Joe. Everything good? We're having some difficulties. Somebody wants to join and can't.
Yeah, I was able to invite her just fine.
Okay.
I still didn't get anything from you. I don't know what the deal is. I don't know. Did you just copy and paste the email address that I gave you?
We'll talk on that outside of it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So anyhow, the different content that I'm going to be putting up. Obviously, it's going to be D&D related at first, and then we're going to do the magic stuff as I stated. And if people jump in here and they want to see something or they have questions on stuff like Owen here, I'll post it. I'll post the video. Give me a couple of days, maybe a week, and I'll get you your answer. So hopefully before your next session, I can get you some stuff up.
Yeah.
And just kind of go from there.
Sounds good.
Ty, I know you've been gaming for a long time. Do you have any other advice with regards to anything else unique or whatever? I know you brought in another game.
Well, talking about kind of troublesome players. Troublesome players come in all different varieties, and not all of them mean to be troublesome. Some of them do. Some people just, they've got this character who can do anything, and they kind of go off on a power trip sometimes. But generally, I found the best thing to do is to kind of pull them. If you're having a player who doesn't really seem to be fitting in with the rest of the group, one is a dungeon master to pull them aside and have a talk with them, not to finger point at them, but sometimes just to find out what they want from the game, what they expect from the game. And, if you have to, make it clear to them that, we're all here to have fun, not just you. And you as Dungeon Master are here to kind of help ensure that everyone has fun. And, sometimes you have to just step up and tell somebody, this isn't working. So either you've got to change. Everybody else is happy. I'm happy as Dungeon Master. You're going to have to change something. And, some people will be adult enough to say, okay, well, you know what, maybe I'll roll up a new character, somebody with a different personality. And some people will just storm off and, well, I'll go start my own little group. And that's fine, too. But, then there's all the nuances and stuff. Is this person a friend of yours, or they're a friend of a friend? And, then you're getting in personal matters. So you try not to, if possible, you try not to step on somebody's toes. But a big help is just, as a dungeon master, is just knowing what your players want from a game. And, you've got different kind of players, and some are there for hack and slash, some are there to be little actors, and I know with me as a dungeon master, I always every night tried to give if I had a mixed group of different type of players, every night I tried to give everybody a little bit of what they wanted. You know, it's a little different with online gaming, I think, but if you're in a group, like you're in somebody's basement or their kitchen or wherever, you know, you can't focus on all the players all the time, obviously, but if you can switch it around every few minutes and give somebody something to do, or make sure they're doing something, that can definitely help.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I grew up in a family of teachers. My dad's a band director. My aunts and uncles are all teachers. My grandparents on that side were all teachers. And one of the things that, as a DM, which has some play in this, is learning how, like, teachers have to understand how different students learn. And it's the same idea with being a DM. You have to understand how different people play and what they're interested in, and attempt to, you know, appease that as best you can. You're not always going to make everybody happy every session, but that's something that may only happen with, you know, they only happen having a conversation off to the side or saying, hey, what is it that you want to do with this character? But I guess my analogy for it is same idea as what a teacher does in a classroom. These are your students. These are the people you need to understand what they do and how they learn. That's really just, I guess, if I was in your shoes, that's one of the things I would try to do, and that's the way I would look at it. But I mean, that's coming from my family. That's all they do. So it's kind of just the way I look at it, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what you guys have been saying about immersion and trying to maintain the immersion, I really think, kind of in the end, that's all what it boils down to. The biggest problem with my group being right now is that I don't feel like that's ever really happened yet. And then both in the sense that they're all both new to the role-playing idea, and that the other thing that I said before is that they have yet to really put a lot of effort into becoming their character, creating their character's personality, and they might go so far as to make a backstory or create like history and story about their character, but to create a personality for their character is something that I don't think has really ever occurred to them, and I think that it might even be kind of beyond their grasp for me to try and suggest that to them right now, because they're still trying to just get the idea of role-playing in the first place and getting into character. And that's kind of like, it seems like that's just kind of a barrier that, I mean, I've tried different ways to get it across, and maybe it'll just take time, I don't know, but I don't think time is going to fix it, because it's not, time doesn't do anything on itself. It's the DM that creates the change, that creates the room for that change, and creates the direction for the players.
So my advice on that is, you know, definitely baby steps. You know, my whole first campaign, which was over a year in length. You know, I mean, I know some campaigns just go longer than that, but a year really is a long time to dedicate to a game for, you know, 4 hours a week, and we meet every week. So, you know, the campaigns that go 5 or 6 years, I hear oftentimes they meet like once a month, or hell, even once a year. So to be meeting at least 52 sessions, you know, with the same people, that whole first campaign, there wasn't a whole lot of actual role-playing. Part of that was intentional on my part. I mean, I did voices and stuff for some of the NPCs, but I just wanted to make sure that that first time together, however long it lasted until they wanted to try to experiment with it, and some of it did come up eventually, I wasn't going to force that. I wanted it to be, you know, an understanding of the world, you know, number one, what your options are, number two, and that relates to your options within the rules and your options within the limits of your own mind. One thing I pride myself on is I don't ban anything. I think that's the easy way out. You know, there is some stuff that can really break a game, but in all honesty, you're the DM, and if it's not banned for your players, it's not banned for you. You know, so the complaint about, oh, well, they can just bring in a person who wishes for wishes. Well, you just bring in a person who undoes those wishes, or those wishes don't go off. You know, like, it all leads up to wishing for something that's should never go off in the first place. So the whole brokenness of some of the power builds, that are out there, I'm not offended by. I'm not afraid of it. And Joe's posting a link over there about his character and the first campaign. He role played pretty well. I think it was a character. I think it was a race and a character type that maybe he was comfortable with. And that's another recommendation. Some people do want to experiment the first time with a character, like, oh, I'm really into dwarves and I can speak like a drunken person really easily, but I want to try to play a mind flayer because they're really cool. And then how do you role play the mind flayer if you can't talk with bubbles in your mouth? It's a little tough. And there's just some voices for certain races that, unfortunately, unless you're a beatboxer or have a board synthesizer or something in front of you with like a voice effects mic, you're probably not going to be able to pull it off. But in other aspects, the role playing, yeah, and that's an issue too, the min-max thing, and I'll address that in a moment. But the thing with the role playing is get them comfortable with what it is that they're doing first, the actions they are taking as characters. Once they're good with that, then you got to start to introduce the role play. And I'm not blaming you on anything because I don't know what you do in your sessions, but it really does fall on the DM to lead by example. Yeah. And not all DMs can do voices or anything. And if you can't, something you can do. There's a free program out there. Unfortunately, you have to download it for 30 days. And then uninstall it so you can re-download it and use it again for the next 30 days. But anyhow, it's like it'll change your voice for you. I think there's even some on phones. They're not that great on the phones, I found. I mean, there's some funky stuff you can do. And just use that. If nothing else, it'll get them laughing, and it'll lighten the mood and maybe break. Yeah, and it'll break that trying to outgame the dungeon master or trying to make sure that my character's in the spotlight. Because if you start role playing it and just make it lighthearted, maybe they'll loosen up too. Maybe the person who's giving you troubles will follow suit and bring in his own smartphone. That's the only time that I think smartphones have ever been useful at a table, was when somebody brought up the app and showed it to me with the voice changing thing. I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool. But I downloaded one on my PC for a bit and was monkeying around with it, and I'm alright with voices. I still don't do a whole lot, in that regard, but I'll change my pitch or my tone, and that kind of thing. Do some terrible accents for things, but it's just meant to be lighthearted. It's meant to be an attempt at roleplay at least, and that's what it's really about, just having fun with it. Because if you're not having fun, the game's not going to last, and then you don't, then it doesn't matter what the issues were.
And I know you want to get to the min-max thing, but also I was thinking, what about, you don't want to set up a session that they're not going to enjoy, and if they want to min-max characters, they're probably all into combat and winning combat, and that's what they want to do. And we had a couple players join our session that were like that as well, and they didn't stick around for very long because they weren't as comfortable or they weren't as willing to do some of the skill roleplay options. But you could try putting them in a situation during a session where there's very little combat, and also what you did something where it was all about diplomacy. Get them into a city where there's a king or queen that they have to outsmart or outwit. They have all their weapons taken away. Or as soon as they draw their sword, they're thrown in jail, and they have to try and try to figure out a way to get the guards into a way to let them out. That kind of thing where it's more of a social puzzle than it is brute force and strength. You don't have to necessarily alienate them for the whole session that way, but it would force them to actually interact with each other and with your world. Yeah. Instead of calling out your NPCs and stuff, calling them out as NPCs. And especially if you set it up where they're surrounded by not necessarily higher level characters, but just more force and more power, they should realize that if they fight back, they're probably just going to die. And then in that case, they have to start thinking about other ways to get around, to make them think outside of their box that they're comfortable in, if you want to introduce that into what you can get your players to do, I mean that's probably a decent option for you.
And that's something I haven't really. It's about time for me to kill one of them, basically. It's kind of where it's at right now because we haven't really gotten there yet, and I haven't really. I've actually never really crossed that line too far. Maybe I've getting kind of close, like unconscious or whatever, or something like that, but outright, I've never really brought them down that far to make them kind of rethink the way they approach situations. It's like they just think that I'm going to determine when combat is and when it's not happening, when it is happening, and I think that's about time somebody dies. They got to figure it out.
Well, related to that, when a character dies or is killed, that doesn't necessarily, depending on what the dungeon master wants to do, doesn't necessarily mean it's the end of the character, because sometimes a character.
That's not, I don't think I would ever. I mean, that's not something that I would really be interested in. I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the character, especially say in 5th edition, an outside entity, whether a god or something else, could make a deal with a dying character that says, look, I'll bring you back, but you have to do such and such. Especially with, the inspiration is a good idea. Especially with sorcerers who have patrons now. You know, a sorcerer who's bleeding out, or say a non-sorcerer, say a wizard's bleeding out, but suddenly this other outside entity comes to him and says, hey, become a sorcerer and one of my minions, and you get to live. Another thing I wanted to bring up related to some of what Joe was talking about is, even for a player who really isn't into backstory too much, as a dungeon master, again, especially in 5th edition, you're going to know that the players have at least some kind of story from a mechanical point of view. But even without that, just the race and the class of a character can be used. If you have a character who you're wanting to get more into roleplay, one idea I would suggest would be take a specific night and have that night's adventure somehow work around that character. That doesn't mean everything that night has to be about that specific character, but whatever the big fight of the night or whatever somehow involves them. And it could be something as simple as, you know, if a player doesn't really care about backstory or anything like that, again, you can just take their class. Say you've got a rogue, okay, you don't have any backstory to work with maybe, but just their class alone being a rogue, they go into a town, that could cause trouble, just their very class. I mean, the local thieves guild could notice and maybe contact them and say, hey, look, we know what you do for a living, or we know who you are. If you operate here in town, we're going to come down on you. Or the local authorities or whatever. And again, if you have sort of that special night that focuses upon the one character, it might bring them out of their shell, so to speak. And if it doesn't bring them out of their shell, well, then it can still help you as a dungeon master because you're getting more of a feel for what kind of player they are. Yeah. And maybe they're just not that kind of a role player. You know, maybe they're a hack and slasher, a min-maxer, or whatever.
Yeah. Well, my current campaign that I was DMing before my player took over with his own campaign, which I don't mind, by the way. I'm ready to put mine on hold. But kind of what I'm thinking now is, since I'm going towards the more urban adventure, there's going to be kind of these like sister cities. One's like big walled city in town. There's one that's kind of a pirate city on the outskirts, out on an island, basically. And the Underdark is connecting the two. It's like a trading system underground. And in the city, I'm thinking of, there are two things I kind of want to do. In the city, I want to do something more like guilds and factions, kind of, where you almost gain reputation with certain ones, and want to find a way that the characters are going to be able to ally themselves with different organizations individually, but they have to work together as a team. Somehow I want to make that happen. But what you're saying there about just mechanics with classes and with races, with those kinds of factions, I'm going to be able to use that. It's something I hadn't thought of, just in this exact sense that just being a rogue might mean that you start with a bad reputation with certain factions, like the city military or whatever it may be. I think that's. And then with the inspiration as well, I love inspiration, I really do, and I don't give it out very often, but I don't think it's quite enough to really give motivation to my players. I mean, to a degree, yes, but I was kind of trying to come up with a way, almost an in-game system, to reward role-playing, but I don't.
What about like World of Warcraft has pets, stuff like that. What if you give them, if they're role playing and you give them a special mount, or you give them, it doesn't have to affect the game at all.
Yeah.
But it might be something cool that they can show off, or that they can, have part of their character.
Yeah.
I mean, you can reward them with little stuff that way that doesn't have to break anything, or doesn't have to get any actual advantages, especially not the main combat that you guys are sitting at. But those are the things that people who roleplay are going to appreciate, that kind of thing, and then that would encourage them to do that more often. And if other people around the table see that, they might also join in with that idea as well.
Yeah, and there are
remember, you're the DM. Who rewards gold? Who rewards items? I'm cutting out.
Okay, now you're back. I gotcha.
Okay. What I was saying is, remember that you're the DM. You reward the gold. You reward the items. You reward the experience.
Yeah.
To be at the same level, you can have them a level apart or two,
Yeah.
and you just says what they found for their treasure. Maybe give out little treasure sheets or something, and say, really great role play, like just a personal note that no one else sees.
Yeah.
That and there's no effect, in the immersion at all, and it isn't showing favoritism. It's just something that they feel encouraged by it. And I got this +1 weapon, and he said it was because I did an awesome role play. Now that might set a dangerous precedence in that they maybe will expect +1 weapons or whatever. But in all honesty, just say, great first roll all the time, but as often as I can reward it, I'd like to encourage you to roleplay.
Yeah.
So here if you have a lower magic campaign, and you give them support their role-playing efforts, and they don't even know that it says, here's your loot from the last battle. Oh my God, I got that on there. Am I breaking up right now?
A little bit.
Okay, I'm gonna try to refresh. You guys keep the conversation going.
Ty, why don't you jump in? I know, I'm sure you've got some good ideas as far as what you can do for inspiration stuff or reward programs. I don't know if you wanted to add in on that.
Okay. One thing you can do is talking about rewarding other players is you don't even have to do it as the dungeon master necessarily. You can have it done through other NPCs. I mean, charisma pays off for a reason, and let's say the group goes to the local apothecary to buy a bunch of healing potions or whatever. Well, that guy also happens to have a nice little flying potion, or maybe the +1 short sword or something. But he's not just going to sell it or give it away to the first goon off the street. Maybe he's got to be sweet talked a little bit. Or again, the king or the merchant or whoever, somebody who maybe regularly or occasionally hires a party to go off and do something. If that NPC kind of is, not drawing any interest from the party. I mean, the party has to sweet talk a little bit, and maybe that can be shown through offerings, bribes. I mean, just out and out nepotism sometimes. If you've got the group together, and let's say the king goes, "Well, you guys did great. Here's your 50 gold apiece or whatever," but you, Mr. Knight over here, you really did an excellent job. I like you. I'm very generalizing. I like you a lot, so hey, here's a +1 longsword also. And yeah, that might set a bad precedent, but at the same time, other players are seeing that and say, "Oh, well, maybe I should get on the king's good side too," And that's sort of just a straightforward, over-the-top example. I mean, there's kind of slicker ways of doing that sort of thing too. And one way, I don't generally like to throw out negatives, but I know one thing I did as a dungeon master one time is I had a character who was a druid, and she had a pet that was some kind of bird. I don't remember what kind it was. And she went multiple adventures, like 4 or 5 adventures, without bringing up this bird. I mean, she just never brought it up. She never said, "Well, I'm feeding it," or "I'm breaking it out for a fight," or nothing. She just never brought it up. So I, playing the evil dungeon master at one point, had the players were captured and were imprisoned, and one of the prisoners served them a baked bird, and it happened to be that bird. And it went over well. These were all good friends, and everybody laughed about it. And the druid in the party was like, "Well, what happened?" I was like, "Frankly, you weren't looking after your pet, so somebody else looked after it." And after that, she got a horse, and from then on, every adventure, she made that horse was fed, got some sleep, she took care of it, she wiped it down, everything. So, that's kind of a negative way to go about it, but it can be fun too.
Yeah.
All right, Owen, you said you.
Yeah, it reminds me it's from a while ago when I was in Oshkosh.
Your memorable moment.
I was in Oshkosh playing with just 3 guys.
Go ahead.
None of us, I don't think we were even using books, really. But we had them go into this big dungeon or whatever. There's like 2 wings with a central cathedral area, and they had to go pull the 2 different wings to get this stairwell to drop open to the cellar. Then get into the cellar, and it's really dark and wet. Nobody has any torches. Nobody has any way to light anything, of course. So they start walking through, and it's like a stone hallway. It's all damp and musty and stuff. And they start walking in, and they see the eyes of some kind of hound from 3.5, some kind of dog or something. And they see this hound, and they see a skeleton on the ground with a saddle bag, like a shoulder bag, laying on the ground next to it. And I ask them what they're going to do next, and one of the new guys says, "I'm going to pick up that bag, and I'm going to throw it at the dog." I mean, I don't know. I have no idea what he was thinking. Inside the bag is literally like hundreds of pages of paper telling them what they're going to do, where they're going to go. This like maps drawn of the region. They're going to get on a boat. They're going to like go across the ocean, whatever. And I'm like, "You sure going to do that?" "Sure, yeah, he's sure." So he throws the bag at the thing. Paper flies everywhere, and it jumps at them along with a swarm of rats. And they kill it, and all they're left with is a bunch of scraps of wet paper all over the floor in the end of it. Like, that's it. Sorry, guys, that's it. That's the end of your session. It really sucked.
Wow, that I don't know if any of you guys watch the role or not. Tadagub, you're losing me. Ah, crap, guys, I'm really sorry. Are you hearing me now? Is everything good again?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, so the first thing JP, whose character was Tadaga, one, and he's like,
Yeah,
"Oh,
start the story over again and over again and over again. Let it cut you out every time.
okay, I'm gonna actually close down. The session will keep going, I believe. Is I think it happened the other day, right, Joe? Okay, so I'm actually just gonna close out of this. Not gonna restart my computer, I don't think, but it'll probably take me a minute to get back up and running.
That's fine. So David, you're new to the call. Why don't you give a little introduction of yourself? And Brennan always tries to do the thing of, what brought you into our group and our channel and D&D and what your interests are and whatnot. If you don't mind taking the floor for a little bit.
All right. So a little bit about me. I've been role-playing for, I don't know, 8 years now or something like that, on and off. I brought it onto the channel. Well, I got invited to the channel basically when I signed up for it. I started recording sessions and everything, and I was looking for other YouTubers because I was watching JP and a few other people record their sessions, like Grimmeth and a few other YouTubers. And I was like, okay, I started to branch out. My channel was new. I was like, I need to start talking to other people and getting into these groups and stuff to communicate with others. And so I joined the group, the Facebook group. And so I used to watch Don Forgecast, but there was a reason I stopped watching him from that scandal thing. But anyway, I joined the group and started talking to people, posting my videos for, reviews and stuff, just being like, what do you guys think of my DM style and all this and things like that. And I actually enjoyed it. People were really friendly, outgoing, and it was really nice. So things I'm into, basically, I like playing more so than running games usually. Depends on the system, but I basically love to play most games. I'll play most things at least once. Recently, I started Shadowrun 5th Edition and before, and it's way more complicated than it used to be, so it's hard to get used to, but still incredibly fun, and I enjoy it quite a bit. But I've played quite a few systems, and on Roll20, I think I have over 1,600 hours now. So, yeah, a little bit about me.
How is playing online? I've never done anything but D&D and one-on-one or in sessions.
I'm actually going to be uploading a session earlier for my Star Wars campaign. It's a lot easier to set moods and get feeling and ambience for online games, and it's easier to design maps really quickly. The only thing is you don't have that person-to-person interaction, so it's kind of almost withdrawn. But if you're with a close enough group of friends, it's pretty easy to get acquainted and feel that close connection as friends. So
you prefer it though?
It depends on what I'm running. If I'm running like a horror scenario-based campaign, yes. If it's just like a dungeon crawl D&D, adventure, in person can be just as fun. But online is I prefer online. It's a lot better to set moods and things and get players going with like music and background noises and things like that.
Yeah. Cool.
Guess who I'm going to ask questions to about roleplay? Can you guys hear me again?
Yeah, yes, we can.
Okay, I'm not breaking up or anything?
Nope.
Awesome. So, what I was trying to say earlier, if you guys want to refresh my memory, I was trying to tell a story and I kept having to restart it. What was that?
What was your story?
Yeah.
hear like any of it.
It was about
Okay.
Tutagub from Roleplay.
Oh yeah, basically he just dropped a orb that was really important to the game, and they had to they had to figure a way around that. And Neil, who was the DM for that one, was very very upset about it. And that was just yeah. I think it was the very first session. Yeah, I believe that that's accurate. Sorry, yeah, that's the end of my
What was your
tale. I apologize.
What was your workaround?
What was Neil's workaround?
What was your or the DM's? Yeah. Oh, he was the DM, Neil.
Yeah, DM Neil, he's on roleplay on ImmyJP's channel, and he just, I, I want to say it took him a couple of sessions to really feel like he had direction back, but I don't really know for sure how quickly he came up with it. I mean, he's a pretty good improviser. He's been DMing for a really long time, but anywho. It was just hilarious to watch that because I'm like, really, session one, you know, one of the first interactions with the players, they somehow get this orb in their hands and they're told to protect it, and he's like, oh, I wonder if it's fragile, and he drops it. I believe was the exact comment, you know, and your story about the bag with all the maps and stuff. I just couldn't help but laugh on that. I've gotten really lucky. I haven't had any items that I need to introduce to players that were contingent upon the campaign happening. But I can imagine how frustrated I'd be if I put in time working that and just never thinking that a player would do that. But what was the show? Kids Say the Darndest Things was on for a while. Players do the darndest things, honestly. Like I've been a player, and there's certain stuff that other people have done as players that I would never think to do, and my mind is just like, why in the hell did you think of that? Like, that's not even an option. Like, there's A, B, C, D, and maybe E logically, and like some of that's just me being really far out there, and they're like way down at Y or Z with an option, and I'm like, what would make you think to use fire underwater? Like, I mean, that's a stupid example, but that's the point of it. You know, I don't even know where some of it comes from.
Yeah.
So, David, I actually clicked on the YouTube link for a minute. I seen you introduce yourself. I want to personally welcome you, you know, to the call, and thanks for stopping in here. Essentially, I did not see everything you said. So Joe asked you about how you got into tabletop gaming or not?
I don't believe I was asked that. It was because of watching some friends of my father's play when I was a lot younger. Whole fantasy thing, you know. It's one thing I'm glad I got into when I was really young because of the fact I've kept my imagination the entire time. But it was just basically watching friends play a live session. It was first edition, Redbox. So there was a lot of death, and it was kind of a weird thing to play as a kid. Because it's, okay, I'm going to go in this room. Well, there's some treasure over here and some poop. Are you going to dig through it? Sure. Okay, you get rot grub, and you die. Awesome. That's great. Spend another 30 minutes rolling up a character. So it was a terrible thing as a kid because I'm like, this game's kind of stupid. I die all the time. Why do I keep playing? But as an adult, it's a lot more. You tend to think more about it,
So two things that makes me think of. First of all, have you guys seen the video Siri plays D&D or whatever?
Yeah, I think I have seen that.
They're like, oh, that's a dangerous profession. I'm not going to try to really do the Siri voice, but she's like, that's a dangerous profession. Like, statistically, less than 1% of people would actually have done that. No, you're a farmer, and you get dysentery, and you die 3 days later, or something like that, is roughly the gist of the video. I'm making it sound a lot less funny and awesome than it is. If you haven't seen it, if you're watching or you're part of the chat, please look it up, and props to whoever posted it. I claim no affiliation to that, but awesome video. And then the second thing that it makes me think of is wanting to do like either a poll on the site or on one of the Facebook pages or groups that we're part of, just asking, how old were you when you got into D&D? Because honestly, I think everyone tonight said they were pretty young, for the most part.
I was like 16.
Nice.
So I kind of have a story for the whole Tutagub dropping the orb thing. Recently, with 5th edition out, I started playing in an online campaign as a player. It's kind of nice. I made a class that I haven't played in a long time, a barbarian, right? The thing that he's good with is improvised weapons. So the entire time, like, I couldn't hit anything with a maul, and my maul, I have like a +7 with my maul, right? So we're going through the campaign. I can't hit anything with it. Like, okay, forget this. I start ripping off doors and killing people with doors and battering rams. So he's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Okay, this guy, I'm gonna go up, grapple him, and suplex him off the balcony." He's like, "You have a hammer and throwing axes. Why aren't you gonna?" No. Don't worry about that right now. I'm just throwing him off a balcony. So it was kind of outside the box, and it always makes people kind of go, "You really play that way?" It's like, well, yeah, you do what's effective, right? And it's also one of the things, like, part of his charm is, part of his backstory is he can eat anything and not get sick. So it'll be like we're in the bar and it's like everyone's like, okay, I need food and this and that. I will literally start eating bar stools or cups, the cups that they serve ale in, out of the business, and so I'm usually not allowed in bars or taverns anymore every time we play, because I'll just start eating everything.
I'm sorry, I was reading something on Facebook and listening at the same time. I missed the race. I heard the class. I said barbarian, right?
He's a barbarian human. He is almost as tall. He's 7 feet tall. He's just as tall as a Goliath.
Okay. And he's eating furniture and stuff?
Yeah, that's part of his little, like, he gave out little homebrew feats and things, and that was like his little bonus thing. He's like, okay, what do you want for like a little background thing? I was like, I want to be able to eat anything and not get sick.
So he has an iron stomach.
Yes.
That's funny. It's
Yeah,
almost
the
like
first
a character trait or flaw. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, the first time the characters met me, I was, because he's so into his clan, he wants honor for his clan and everything. He was eating, like, they brought out a whole bunch of hogs, and he went through 10 hogs, and the entire town was around him chanting as he was eating. So that's how the player characters found me in the tavern when we first met. I was eating everything in the tavern.
My bar story is a little bit different. I go into bars and I roll nat 20s. That's pretty much all I gotta say. The first time Vernon had me role play an NPC in a bar, and the player who I got into a bar fight with, I told her, I said, I'm gonna break this bottle, and if you come at me, I'm gonna stab you in the heart with it. And she's like, okay, whatever. And she charged at me, and I stabbed her in the heart with it, and I rolled a 20. And then we had another guy who got into a bar fight with another character I was role-playing, and I ended up breaking a bar stool over his head, and I stabbed him in the back with a piece of the bar leg, and I rolled in that 20. And then we got into another bar fight, and he ended up trying to attack the bar, there was the bar owner, while he was drinking out of this huge, it was like a barrel he was drinking out. He was a minotaur. And he's drinking out of this barrel, and he gets into a fight, and he takes the barrel and smashes it over his head, and like just picks him up and throws him out a window. And I rolled in another 20. So anytime we go into a bar fight, I'm not allowed to participate at all because everybody dies.
That's pretty good. I did the same thing, like I was saying earlier, with my barbarian, but improvised weapons. Like, one of the things was, like, we were fighting these scholars, right? There were a bunch of crazy scholars. So they were trying to tip bookcases onto him, right? And he has an athletics of like +10. So they're just all, huh. You just conk him in the head, you just push it back up, and he's like, my turn. So we walked out with, like, I had, I think, 8 kills with doors, 2 with the battering ram, and I crushed like 4 scholars' legs with bookcases. No kills with a maul or any actual weapon. It was pretty awesome.
New custom class, improvised weapon specialist. It sounds like is maybe a prestige class for your character, maybe.
Yeah, he has homebrew feats in place for it. So when I level up, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take like
Improved
improved.
improvised weapons.
Yeah, and so that way I get like proficiency bonus with it. So now I can do all kinds of crazy stuff with improvised weapons.
So I'll plug another channel. There's a group of guys on Twitch, a little bit more professional outlet than we currently are. Their name's Critical Failure, I believe. And I was watching them last Wednesday, and I was actually originally planning on watching them this week Wednesday, and then over the weekend I decided, you know what, I'm going to go live with my channel, and I just did it, and I don't regret it in the least. I love it. But anyways, I'm watching their feed, and in the chat as they were playing, somehow me and this other guy who's going to be joining our channel at some point as a player, he starts talking about improvised weapons, and we discussed babies and ladders as improvised weapons, and I said, well, I'm pretty sure ladders are a double weapon, and you could probably deal an extra D6, maybe D4 worth of damage by having the baby tied to the end of one, and you could even deal an additional D4 poison damage if the diaper had happened to be full. I'm not sure if anyone put that into their game just yet, but it seems legit.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. There was like points where, because he has a battering ram and stuff, and he calls it Shining Betty, right? He names all of his weapons. That's one of his quirks as well. So every weapon he has a name for. So he carries around 4 little axes, and they're all named and engraved. But we come to a door, and instead of going, like breaking down the door, like, okay, I know there's a guy on the other side of the door. I'm not gonna break it down. I'm gonna throw the battering ram through it like a cannonball. And she goes, what? Like, yeah, I'm gonna hit him on the other side. Nat 20, just nailed him in the chest. It's like, that is ridiculous. Are you kidding me? Like, yeah, it's pretty awesome when people get creative like that. There was another thing I took, caltrips, and we were in a bar fight, and I took the caltrips and threw them in a guy's eyes and blinded him. So it wasn't like, oh, I'm gonna set these here as a trap. I just went, huh, right in his face.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if I was your DM that I would throw in one of these darkwood doors or ironwood doors just to dink with you as you try to throw your object through that. It bounces back and like crushes your foot or something. You'd probably enjoy that a bit.
We've had things like that where it was like stone and things like that. And he's been able to, with like nat 20s and things like that, because I have such a high athletics, just tear through stones and things with his bare hands. It's terrifying. I mean, and I think last when we checked, I can't remember his exact weight, but he's like 368 pounds and 7 feet tall. So he just tears through everything. So people are always like, all right, we're going to get into combat. And his name's Crom. They'll be like, Crom goes first every time.
So Owen put something in the chat that I'm actually going to be bringing up into the conversation live here now. It's what are your favorite classes, right, Owen?
Yeah.
That was the question. Okay, so we'll have someone who hasn't spoken yet, if she wants to, Lila. I don't know if she plays D&D or not. Tell us a little bit about yourself, if you do anything role-playing wise, what got you into it, and then answer the question about the classes.
Oh god, I have not played it in like 2, 3 years. No, 2 years. And I only started like at the end of high school. So, and most of the time when I played, I would be going down to Milwaukee, which meant that I didn't get to go into a lot of the sessions. which meant basically I would make a character, and then the next time I'd be down there, I'd have to make a new character because they'd be doing a whole other campaign. So it's like, whatever. So I get used to becoming. Yep.
Shame.
What's your favorite class? I'm sorry, I don't hear if you answered that.
Most of the time I've played Druid, but I think, well, right now my character in DDO is a cleric or Morning Lord, or whatever. It's basically a glorified cleric.
Okay. So clerics and druids, more of the divine character classes?
Yep.
Awesome. Awesome. And any crazy story or anything that happened in a session you were involved in or that you want to share?
This was basically a one-shot that the Dan did, and then I didn't know that one of the player characters had a rivalry with the big baddie that we were going to. We were playing Shadowrun, and I asked the DM, can I do channel lightning through my sword? Because I was an adept. I don't even remember the class anymore. It's been years. But okay, so we ended up going on this mission. One of the people in the party couldn't speak. She was mute. So she had electronic animals that she would use to speak or go search things out. And the DM puts us in a room made entirely of gold. All of it. Gold. And the main bad guy, electronic camouflage. Guess what I did? I channeled lightning through my sword and used that stabbing into the gold to knock out the camo. Of course, it also knocked out the electronic animals, so she was kind of pissed at me. But her animals came back all right, so she didn't kill me. But yeah, so the one character basically had this face-off with the main baddie, and I just knocked out the camo. So it's like, yes, I did something useful.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
That's awesome. Yeah, gold does conduct electricity. Joe, you can confirm that better than anyone in the room, right? There you go. I think copper does better than gold, but in all honesty, I could be wrong on that too.
Yeah, right.
No, gold is higher than copper, but it's just more expensive.
Gotcha. So Joe's background, he is a archaeologist. No, he's not. He has a geology
Geologist.
degree. Yep, he has a geology degree, and he likes to get his rocks off, apparently.
I've collected lots of them. They're all in my apartment.
I don't even know what to say about that. So I will go ahead and say my favorite class. But before I do, you guys have been watching me for a bit now, or at least some of you have. What do you think it might be based on my personality? Any guesses? No guesses? All right. So, well, I'm sorry?
I got cleric.
Oh, okay, cleric. That's your guess for me. All right. And Owen, you say fighter? Okay. Joe, you've got to have a guess. Come on, you played with me.
Well, I know the answer. And
yeah?
cleric isn't that far off, but as far as the casting ability of that race or that class, but
Okay. Yeah, Joe's right. It's a druid. Druid is broken, broken. And just in terms of when you think about what a druid does, even outside of DM, or not DM, outside of D&D, they've got pets. They attract animals of the wild that listen to them like crazy. They can summon stuff. They control nature and the environment and weather patterns and that kind of thing. And on top of it all, they can shape change and also cast spells while they're shape changed. So, yeah, it's really too much, it seems, for any one class to do. I mean, a lot of people argue, wizards are better and can do even way more stuff. Sure, they can if you want them to have access to all the different schools of magic. But even if you take just one class of magic, or one school of magic for a wizard, I don't know. I'd like to see an arena fight between a power-built druid and a power-built wizard, as long as you're not doing stupid stuff with wishes and whatnot. Okay, that's not a fight. That's just the DM is stupid and allows your wish to go off exactly how you said it. I mean, literally skill for skill, standing up and just taking blow for blow. And I would say the druid comes out on top, but the wizard does have some interesting abilities depending on which school of magic you took. Anyone want to go next with their favorite class?
I'll go ahead and do mine. I absolutely love bards. I could just play a bard forever. And I mean, I guess I don't go I forget what the schools are. Schools are lore and the combat one, but I go lore, and it's really just because the utility is amazing, and I'm level 4 right now, and I've got like plus 11 and plus 9 to like 3 or 4 different stats right now. In terms of role-playing capability, like we just went to this new town, we gained possession of this inn, and we're just going around to find out what like prices were on inns and towns to find out what we're going to charge for our rooms and things like that. We go into this first inn, and we go in there, and I'm asking this guy what his prices are, and he won't tell me for some reason. He's like resistant to letting me know what that is. So I start intimidating him. I intimidate him very successfully. Starts getting a little aggressive afterwards, and he starts putting up a fight, and then I successfully vicious mockery him, of course, and then he gets mad about it, and then he tries to start a fight. We run upstairs, and then I use I forget what it was, the one that makes him scream and run in the opposite direction as far as he can. Well, we were in the hallway, and he ran and jumped out the window at the end of the hallway because I was standing in the way to go down the stairs. He literally ran and jumped out the window and like ran into one of the other buildings. And then I had to go to the next building and like chase him down and do the same thing there practically in the end. There's just so much utility to bards. And when people die and things like that, and you run into those bad situations, there's so many ways. If you know how to roleplay the situation correctly, there's so many ways to change a bad situation in your favor when things get ugly. And it's a lot of fun to use your creativity for that. And then I like druids after that.
So you and I basically flip-flop our 1s and 2s.
Yeah, I mean pretty much for the same reason probably. Druids are just as diverse as bards, maybe. Well, it all depends on your playstyle, I guess.
Yeah. I play a pretty wicked bard, don't I, Joe?
Do you mean evil one?
What? Evil? She was not evil at all. I don't even know what you're talking about. She had like a 24 charisma, and she may have bared herself to people and then slit their throats and that kind of thing, but that doesn't make you evil. That just makes you a normal woman with a knife. Maybe during the wrong time of the month. I don't know. In fantasy the world. I want to make sure I say that. I don't want to offend any real life, females. Yep. So, David, did you share your favorite class yet? I'm sorry.
Mine's kind of a tie, but the one I forgot about, which I've played a lot in 3.5, was Fighter. And people always diss on Fighter. It's like, oh, you're just good at combat. Well, the reason why I like it is because it's a good cross-class template. So I can start out very early on if I roll well enough. I get my good stat line and all of that. I'm pretty good at combat, and I'm set at level 1 already. I don't really need much after that. So it's like, okay, I can cross-class. I say, learn things in-game from a wizard. Cross-class into a wizard for a little bit, get some cantrips and all that. But one thing I am going to say before that is the druid. One thing that sucks about druids, heat metal cantrip, or the heat metal spell. I hate that spell. It's stupid. But I like fighters because people think they're not as diverse as they are. Like if you look at Pathfinder and things, they have subtypes of fighters. They have ninjas and stuff like that. You can play a ninja fighter at the same time also, but it's kind of almost like a rogue. They have samurais and normal fighters and things like that. But the fighters start out really, really well done, and in 5th edition they've got even more improved, so you can become I can't remember what the archetype is, but at 3rd level you can become magic casting without having to cross class. And you also have things like maneuvers and stuff at 3rd level if you pick a different archetype, and then you can just go straight strength based. So the fighters are definitely up there, and they would be tied probably with paladins for me. Just because paladins there is no gray area with paladins. You have lawful good paladins, and then you have blackguards. Blackguards, I think is what they're called. The reverse, exact opposite. You want to slay all good paladins and just basically wreak havoc. So that's why I like them, because they're extremely fun. And you can also see through most people's lies, and it's really good for roleplay purposes, especially in a political campaign scenario to play a paladin.
Do you like the political campaign? I mean, I guess I have yet to introduce a lot of religion and politics into my campaigns, and
I always put it there, but very few people pursue it. There have been a few games where I've played an evil character and taken over the world just by doing political things. So it was, okay, we're going to go, through this dungeon. I'm just going to go up here and talk to a council and, get them to change some bylaws and things like that. Next thing you know, 2 weeks in game, and I'm freaking emperor. So it's one of those things where people underestimate playing a political campaign. If you're, say, playing a rogue or a bard, you can especially influence people really, really easily.
Yeah. I've always kind of been interested in the idea of introducing into my campaign the idea of like land ownership, kind of like you have to defend your land against attackers and against opposing factions and nations and things like that. I haven't done it yet, but I think that sounds pretty interesting, kind of along the same line.
I've done a similar thing, like if you've played like Mountain Blade and things like that on PC. I've done things like that where you can join houses and you declare your houses and things like that. You fly banners, you ride with an actual army, you're a lord, you have to deal with taxes and all of that junk. So it gets actually pretty in-depth, and people tend to like it because if someone has nothing really going for them at the moment, like you split the party or whatever happens. In an online game, you can do that. And, they're doing their own thing for a little while. You can just be like, okay, well, some time is going to pass, and go over your taxes, and then you can set up like a few NPC people coming to them and asking their lord for things, and just generally get them some good role play and actually what would your character do in this scenario. So I definitely like political aspects of things.
A couple of things I've done in my campaigns is yeah. A couple of things I've done in my campaign is I've established the ability to go to the pre-existing guild houses and seek a charter for a new guild house. You can only do that in one city in the world because you have to meet with the actual masters of the guilds, essentially at their table, so to speak. Anyways, you go there and they tell you how much it's going to cost, and you have to get approval, and you have to basically buy. Just like corrupt government nowadays, you have to buy the votes to make it happen. And like, why should we allow you to open a guild house? Like, what are you going to offer? And that kind of thing. I've also given off deeds as treasure. Joe recently, as his character writes, and got a deed to a tower, and we roll at random to figure out where it is. And I have stories for different locations depending on what continents come up or what regions on a continent come up. And there's a lot of abandoned stuff, and he's so excited to get to this tower, but I'm pretty sure the other players, or maybe even the DM, are conspiring against him from getting there, because that's the last thing that his character needs, is a base of operations where he can conduct his dark stuff that he's trying to do with the world. We're playing an evil campaign right now, and he's playing a drow. And if you haven't read the page that he posted earlier on our Wikia page, there's some lore on there. We keep adventurers journals, and yeah, he's pretty in depth about some of his stuff. I'm pretty sure his character's gonna die. I talked to the DM about it. I know the guy really well.
That's pretty good. For me, when I do things like that, it'll be I make players keep track of their things week by week for their holds and things like that. So it'll be, you spent this much gold and things like that. But I also have interaction with like other lords when they do things in medieval times. You would sign basically oaths or contracts. So it'd be, I'm going to war, and here's when I want you to fly your banner and come with me to war. So it would be like, say only when you're under duress, your kingdom is being attacked when someone's invading your lands. You get a defensive pact, obviously, as you said in chat. And there are also times where it's like, you can make an oath for basically anything. I can go to war over someone spilling my wine, and because you signed that oath, you have to go to war regardless. So it makes people think and actually look at contracts and things, or have some squire, if they can't read it to them, and do things like that. And that's when you also get into things like if a squire hates their master and they're really mean to their squire, a squire can screw over their leader right there, and maybe you lose your army or your hold because of that. So it's things like that, the small details, that make it a political campaign very intriguing, but you have to put a lot of effort into it, and it's kind of hard to maintain if you don't get players that will keep track of things. At least my opinion is on that.
Yeah, I've got a lot of great resources for, if you want to do more, what's what I'm looking for, more of the regional type campaign where they're going to get land grants, and they're going to be able to make money off of natural resources, because D&D at its core does not cover that in the least. That's all stuff that you got to figure out. I've got a great PDF book that the creator sent to me via a chat session one time, and he's like, hey, you have other people that are interested in this, just send them the PDF, and just make sure that if they use it, they let people know who created it. Unfortunately, I'm not going to open that up right now and look at it, but I'm sure if you're interested in that, I can find you the link for it, or see if I can't find the original email and then forward you that, so you have proof that you can use the copy or whatever. It's a really, really great resource. It tells you how much it would be worth, at the how do they measure it in those times, Joe? Was it like something like the yields, the bushel? I forget. It's okay if you're not sure, but anywho, there's resources for all that stuff. I'm just kind of reading through the chat here. Yeah, okay. I have a lot of other ideas too. I'm sure David does. It sounds like he's been doing stuff for a while, and that, like Joe said, that's why we're doing this. We want to make sure that people have resources, experience levels of all different types that they can ask questions to, and just kind of go from there. I think I'm going to call it a night here in a few minutes, guys. It's almost 1 o'clock. I haven't been getting a lot of sleep lately, not because of the channel or anything, just personal note. My mom was in surgery yesterday, and it's a scary thing that she was in surgery for, unfortunately, and just been nervous about that. So I appreciate you guys supporting the channel. I wish I could keep going, but I'm gonna call it a night at 1 o'clock Central Time, so that's 7 minutes from now. I do want to give everyone an opportunity to ask any questions that they have, if you have any remaining. So I'll take a couple seconds here of silence to do that.
What's the plan going ahead forward with the channel? How does this work exactly? I haven't been in a Google Hangouts or anything.
Yeah, so I'll elaborate on that real quick, and then I'll have Joe kind of talk on it from his side if he wants. Basically, for, I don't know, maybe another couple of nights, maybe a week total, maybe 2 weeks, I don't really know. We might be doing the meet and greets for that long. It really depends on the response from the community. Tonight, by far, was our just jam-packed session. Like, I don't know if when everyone got in here anymore, I don't recall, but Joe can confirm this because I know he was in there. We had, I want to say, like 10 or 11 video streams up at one time, people going back and forth. Just, it was awesome. And we've got a long list of chat stuff that we've been typing up here, just laughing about that. I for whatever reason, that's not showing in the videos on YouTube. I don't know if that's because I don't share it properly. But anyhow, every night at 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, for a little while yet, we're going to be doing these meet and greets. If you know other people who are into D&D and they're okay being on camera and being broadcast, that's what we're going to do. Otherwise, they can watch from the YouTube channel itself and just click on it as we're live, and they can view it that way. We have one person doing that right now. I'm pretty sure I know who that is. I think the guy's at work, so shout out to you, SM, if that's you. Otherwise, we'll be doing gaming content. The real goal here is to build up a player base and a content provider base and a fan base, of course, for what we're trying to do. So the player base is for one-shots and other things. I'm going to be starting a one-shot, hopefully not this coming Tuesday, but the 28th, I believe it is, not looking at a calendar. And we're going to be playing in the wastelands in the northern continent or southern continent of my created world. That's been running for 17 plus years, real time. And just been building the lore for that. I'm trying to decide if I'm going to do 3.5 or 5.0. I've never done 5.0 as a DM. I'm not afraid of it, though. My theory is if I can handle 3.5 and all of its complexity, 5.0 should be a cakewalk. David just kind of confirmed that. So we'll see how that goes. But the pool is, many people swim in it. We pull people from it and have them run with us. Your character lives. You can come back in a couple of weeks once it makes sense for your character to do so. The time frame for the world is actually real time. So if you're gone out adventuring for 2 weeks in-game, you won't be able to play for 2 weeks in real life because you're out on an adventure already as that character. So you can create another character if you want, and then you can play in as that character the following week. If you'd like more information on how that works, I recommend you check out JP's channel. specifically role play the West Marches. You can even do a YouTube search for that. It's not my inspiration for it, not in the least, but it's honestly the most visually capable thing I can think of to explain it to people, how it's going to work. Large pool of players, looking for 10 to 20 people at least, and you create a character between level 3 and level 5. Joe said we just split the difference and go 4, and you'll either be running with myself as the DM or Joe as the DM or any other guest DM that wants to do it. Of course, I'll need to be involved, for the broadcasting, but 4 or 5 players, pretty easily to do for most DMs as far as I understand it with 5th. I've also heard with online you don't want to go too much more than that, and I understand the reasons why. Other things we'll be doing with the channel is Magic the Gathering stuff, and I think that's pretty much it. In terms of answering your question, what's the point of the channel and what do we do going forward? David, you want to ask the question you posted there?
My first thing was I was going to ask how often you're doing these calls, and the other thing is if you're doing these calls, I know they're like meet and greets, but are you going to do them more often, like talking with other GMs and things like that? That was mainly the question. And then the other thing was, is it a community channel as well? Are you going to be showcasing your own content and maybe other people's content, or are you going to be? Is it just yours and Joe's own thing, but you invite other people?
So, in terms of right out of the gates, what we're going to be doing with it is our stuff primarily. Obviously, promoting other people is never a bad idea. The way I'd like to work it is, if someone wants to DM a session, I'll be involved as either an NPC and only speak, when the NPC needs to, or I'd be involved as a player. And then we can either, I don't know how the co-broadcasting thing, if that is even an option, like if I can have it on my channel and then they rebroadcast it on theirs, but anywho, that's the idea. I want to cross-promote. I want to have other experienced DMs do stuff. I want to have people, that are experienced players and even new players experience it, because here's the thing. I've spent 17 years of my life making the world. It is system agnostic. You can run Shadowrun in it to a degree. If you can't run it on Phalor, you can run it on one of the other 9 planets. One of the other 9 planets in my 9 solar systems that I have interconnected as part of my lore. And this stuff's all on the Phalor wiki page if you haven't checked it out. Joe, you want to post the link while I talk a little bit here to the Phalor site again? And shoot me emails, ask questions that way too. But basically, we're going to be on that world to start on Phalor. It's not your traditional fantasy world. There are some sci-fi, steampunk kind of elements to it. Really, without going into too much detail, the best thing to do is just to click on the site there. Add it to your favorites and read it as you can. Wiki is not the greatest. I plan on investing the money on an actual site for it at some point, but right now that's what I've got. And I've got 50 pages up. It's only been up for, I don't know, maybe a few weeks. I've been trying to get the channel ready for the last week or so, so I haven't really focused much time on that, but I hope to have another 50 pages of my lore and stuff up in the next month. So we should be at over 100 pages soon enough. And yeah, that's what we're doing with it. We're going to be showcasing my world, other people's worlds, my DMing skills, Joe's DMing skills as they come up. Other people's content is not anything I'm opposed to doing. I would love to do that. So if you're a content provider, a DM, and you want to have your world broadcast on here, if you don't have your own channel or anything like that, let me know. We can make it interesting.
All right. Yeah, I was just about to ask about that. If you were opposed to doing collaborations and stuff, because if I were in one of your one shots, I would ask beforehand to record it and everything and things like that. and post those, or because if you guys are streaming, it would be people can see it live, and it obviously saves to your channel. But I usually record mine and then upload them later, so I can add like After Effects and things like that. But yeah, if you're okay with collaborations and things, and you can also put other channels under like promotions and things like that, it'll be featured channels. You can list other channels there and put other videos on. They can put their videos, your videos, on their channel and vice versa. So that's why I was asking as well. So that's pretty cool. So
Yeah, no, I mean,
I would definitely talk to you guys about running a game if you'd allow it, but you guys are just starting, so it's I would definitely be interested in playing a one shot or doing whatever, but
awesome. Oh, and do you have any other questions? Yeah, you wanna play in it? Here's what I ask. I'm gonna put my email over here in the chat. If you want to shoot me an email, we're already friends on Facebook, that kind of thing, but shoot me an email as well for anything longer than needs to be posted in a Facebook message or on my wall or anything. And let me know like your schedules, because I know like logistically sometimes that can be tough. But I have off every weekend, every Tuesday. My actual group meets Sunday nights from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Central Time. But we can move that around if need be. And the group knows that we might move it to Saturdays. We're not sure on that, but we'll be broadcasting our actual gameplay sessions from that, probably in a podcast style where the camera's off but the mic is on, just to get started, because some of my players are nervous about the broadcasting, and I get it. I'm fine with that. And if that's the way we need to leave it, that's the way we need to leave it. But certainly the other, the actual online stuff, that'll be broadcast, and people who don't want to have their cam on, have it off. All I really need is the voice so I can hear you play, and I'm cool with that. Not everyone wants to be on a internet celebrity, right? Weeknights at 8:30, correct?
Cool. I don't really know. I mean, to be honest, right now I actually am not working right now, and I will be soon, but I don't know what that's going to be. So my schedule is going to be crazy, but as of right now, I'll at least be on here weeknights, and in the meantime, I'll kind of hash out the details, what I can do and what I can't do. But it sounds awesome. I'd love to be involved.
Yeah. Are you going to be using Google Hangouts for voice, or are you going to be doing like Skype and things like that for voice as well?
I am not opposed to any of the flavors, so to speak. Skype. I guess Facebook has a video thing now. I don't know if that's worth a damn. Google Hangouts. A lot of people seem to use that. But yeah, Google Hangouts is the one I'm learning on right now. I think I would use that for a spell, and then in my own free time, if someone like yourself, David, or someone else who's probably used Skype wants to offer me pointers on that, I really don't want to invest so much time in learning all the different things on my own. If someone is willing to point me in the right direction, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, because I usually use Skype and things like that.
Sure.
So you were thinking about doing podcasts. I usually record video, but I don't record like camera stuff, because usually when I'm recording my desktop, which focuses on the game room itself. So it would be the map basically. I don't know if I were to play, I'd have to ask other people, but if you were opposed to that, you would have to let me know, because it would be me broadcasting it on my channel. It wouldn't be your podcast or anything like that. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. I think that's pretty much it. As far as what I wanted to discuss here. I do like to give people at the end a chance to shout out anything they want to talk about. I know you posted some stuff earlier in chat, David. Lila, I want to thank you for coming. I know how you got here and why you came. for the most part. Did you have anything you wanted to say before we close down here in a couple minutes? No? Okay. So if you want to bounce out, you're free to do that. If you want to stick around till the absolute end, also free to do that. Owen, you've been on the call the next longest. I'll give you an opportunity here. Do you want to give a shout out to anybody or anything before we close out the call in a bit?
No, I'm good. I had a great time. I'm glad I caught on. I love this.
Awesome. We're glad that you came as well. And Joe. Nothing? Okay.
What's up?
Anything you want to say? Any shout-outs you want to give to anybody or anything? Any channels you want to mention? Or
Same thing as always. I mean, for the most part, it's just want to give people a chance to do what they do and be who they are, and that's pretty much all you need to do. Like I said earlier in the video, I mean, I do stuff the way I do things. And if other people like it, want to watch it, want to be part of it, that's great. If not, then I'm going to do it anyways. That doesn't really matter. I mean, it's just kind of the way things are, and hopefully other people will enjoy it and have a good time, and that's all I really want to get out of it. So hopefully we can have everybody back and play some games. I mean, to be honest, I really just want to start playing games. So as quickly as we can get that going, let's just do that and kind of go from there.
So it looks like the first session, unless something jumps in ahead of it, will be Tuesday the 28th, and I hope to have that up right away that night. If you guys are interested in playing before that and you want to be the first people on the channel playing games, let's see what we can work out in the schedule. But everything will come in time, and we'll deliver the content when it's ready. In the meantime, the meet and greets are really helping. It just grew phenomenally from the first night to the second night, and the third night was more than I could have ever expected. David, I didn't forget about you, bud. I would give you whatever kind of time you need to make your shout-outs. I think you're on mute, though.
Yeah, I would really just like to thank you guys for having me. I was invited yesterday, and sorry I didn't make that. I was up late last night and compressing videos to get space on my hard drive. But yeah, I had a lot of fun talking to you guys for an hour and everything. Yeah, I posted my channel in the chat. So yeah, thanks for having me. And if you were looking for people to play on Tuesday, I would definitely like to do so. What time would that game be at on the 20th? Do you know?
As of right now, I want to say there's one person who's voted for the morning, but there's a couple of other people who said anytime. So if you want to get in on that Tuesday game, you would be my fourth spot, not my final spot. So there's that. And then, Owen, did you say you have off every day right now?
Yeah, but I have
potential job landing.
I have a son too,
Sure.
but he's with his mom. We're working out our schedule, so if there was a day, if the sooner I know, more likely I am to be able to work that into a schedule so that I can have a certain time slot open. So if you figure out the time slot sooner rather than later, I can make sure that I have that available. Nights are better for me, but if I get the information early enough, I can probably do mornings.
So out of everyone who's said that they're interested so far, I'm going to guess that David's the busiest. So David, what works for you?
For me, because I run right now, I run 4 games. I run alternating Tuesdays and Thursdays, and that is 5 p.m. Pacific time. So if you were to run in the morning, I could definitely make it, but I believe you're 2 hours ahead of me. So if you ran it, I usually stop mine around 8 p.m., close to 9. I could do nights, especially late nights for you guys. I would definitely, no hassle whatsoever. But mornings, or even earlier in the day, it would be perfectly fine for me. So, yeah, those times work for me just fine. Like I said earlier in the chat, for the Saturday and Sunday games, for those times that you said they were going to be like closer to night, those would work just fine because all my games on Saturdays and Sundays that I play in are during the day, and they're run pretty early. So.
Awesome. And you said you posted your channel. Do you want to say your channel name in the video? I don't know if you've done that yet.
My channel name is Reaper3119. There are no spaces between Reaper and 3119. If you can't find that, just look up user 12 and that should come up on the URL. And I have my Star Wars gameplay up, and I'm posting Savage Worlds Fallout. It is a fan-made version of it, but I'm posting that as well. And I just recently put up a 5e start of a campaign and Mass Effect start of a campaign. So those will be airing soon as well.
Awesome. So totally different content than some of our other people that have been on there. So, you know, if anyone's looking for that kind of stuff, I'll be sure to send them your way.
Yeah. Like I said, I think I posted it in the Facebook community. I run things that are out of the norm because a lot of people, a lot of higher up YouTubers run just the basic D&D, 5e, and stuff like that. And, you know, they get some famous people on there and things like that. I'm like, okay, I want to do something different. So not a lot of people, you'll see people playing Mass Effect games, but you don't see people playing tabletop versions. So I set out to get a legit 550-page, you know, handbook for Mass Effect Roll20, you know, and so I started running that. D&D 5e is a little homebrew, so that will be a little different. People may be confused about that. And I do also things like I have a system that I use, which is a 6-action system, but I can talk about that tomorrow in the call with you guys at the start of that. But I do a lot of things out of the norm, and that's probably the best thing I can say about my channel. It's like it's not normal tabletop content, I would say.
Okay.
It's out of there.
I'm going to go ahead and shout out the channel that we run here. Basically, Owen, I'm going to mute you here just a second. I'm also going to mute you, Lila. There we go. I think everyone's muted now. So, Dice&Decks on YouTube. We're on Google+, Surveying Station. You can check the Facebook groups on there with the same name. You've got my email as well if you need it. You know, shoot me a line that way. We're also on Twitter, DICE, the letter N, DECKS. We have the Facebook group, Dice&Decks. Of course, you know, if you want to join that, just click on the Facebook, type in the search Dice&Decks, and I'll let you in. Search for the red and black logo. Something I made in like 30 minutes. It'll be more professional as I can do it. But anyhow, Joe, am I forgetting any of our broadcast stuff? Oh, Twitch.tv. That's right. We're on Twitch. Twitch.tv, Dice&Decks, ANDDECKS. Anything else?
No, I know we haven't done much on Twitch and or Twitter yet, but it's something we'll probably start doing. As long as you got that covered, and the Facebook should be all ready to go.
Awesome. Well, thanks for joining us today, guys. And as always, if you want to start the conversation, don't be afraid to join in and game on. Dice&Decks, signing out.